Chapter 509. Powerful Strength. This was the most intimidating force. Upon seeing the terrifying might of that palm, everyone present was shocked and in disbelief. However, in their hearts, Dongbua Shuiying's position was rapidly rising. Dongbua Shuiying was no longer just someone with great potential. His personal combat power had already reached a frightening level. Phew! The venomous Ing world deity suddenly disappeared, and a large amount of black fog appeared in another location, condensing into the venomous Ing world deity. She held onto her venomous trident as she stared at Dongbua Shuiying in disbelief. She had just suffered that palm strike, so she was very clear about how powerful it was. Dongbua Shuiying's body swayed, becoming towering and towering, reaching a height of 5 million kilometers. He extended his right hand, and a scarlet spear that seemed to be burning with flames appeared in his hand. The power of the luminous sun force is truly formidable. Dongbua Shuiying sighed in admiration. The luminous sun absolute art was praised by the Bloodblade as being unyielding and unstoppable. What sort of foresight did God Emperor have? Even he had praised it. This was because the luminous sun was an extremely tyrannical absolute art. It must be known that there was a qualitative difference in the laws of profound mysteries between Stage 2 world deities and Stage 3 world deities. This was also the reason why it was so difficult to fight someone of a higher realm. Absolute arts, they were all things that allowed one to obtain an enormous advantage in a certain aspect, making up for the weakness in the laws of profound mysteries. For instance, the legions of the Bloodshed God Palace relied on the legions arrays, which were personally set up by God Emperor. Naturally, they were powerful. As for the luminous sun absolute art, it would allow the user to possess extraordinary strength and speed. It could be said to be unyielding and unstoppable. For instance, after Dongbua Shuiying cultivated the second volume to the third revolution, his strength and speed had completely surpassed that of Stage 3 world deities. This was because he had an enormous advantage in both strength and speed. Even though there were many weaknesses in the laws of profound mysteries, he could still win. It must be known that the third revolution of the second volume of the luminous sun absolute art would allow one to dominate even amongst Stage 3 world deities. Dominate. This was the might of an absolute art. Yang, unyielding, indestructible. Venomous Ing, stop resisting. You can't. Dongbua Shuiying brandished the gigantic scarlet cloud spear, imbuing his luminous sun force into the spear. With the blood-refined divine weapon in his hand, his might was even stronger. Dongbua Shuiying was very clear that the venomous Ing world deity had only clashed head-on with him due to her carelessness. After suffering a loss, the venomous Ing world deity would most likely not clash head-on with him again. She would definitely rely on the laws of profound mysteries to deal with him. Therefore, Dongbua Shuiying had to be even more brutal and merciless. Clang! The venomous Ing world deity wanted to flee, but in the face of the gigantic spear that blotted out the sky, she could only brandish her venomous trident in an attempt to draw the spear away. She didn't want to fight head-on and wanted to use the laws of profound mysteries to battle. However, when the two weapons clashed, the venomous Ing world deity could feel a terrifying force transmitted through her weapon and into her body. Her entire person was sent flying and smashed into the mountain of the nest of myriad devils. Her expression changed drastically. You didn't even try to fight me head-on, and yet you sent me flying with just a graze from your weapon? He's too strong in close combat, much stronger than even White Sand. The White Sand City Lord was victorious in annihilating White Sand. In terms of close combat, he was no match for Dongbua Shuiying. He had the luminous sun force. Dongbua Shuiying specialized in close combat. Dong Xiao, why aren't you helping me? The venomous Ing world deity transmitted. Don't forget the orders of your master. Don't worry. Dong Xiao gulped. He truly did not wish to act. This Dongbua Shuiying was just too tyrannical. A Stage 2 world deity was already so powerful. But no matter how unwilling he was, monarch Wu Qin had long since given him the order. He had to protect the venomous Ing world deity. Hua. Dong Xiao took a step forward and appeared by the venomous Ing world deity's side. A black saber appeared in his hand. Why aren't you surrendering? Dongbua Shui Ing displayed his spear techniques, each one of which was extremely ferocious. They caused the surrounding nest of myriad devils to collapse and shatter, and many of the arrays were destroyed. Dong Xiao and the venomous Ing world deity were completely suppressed even after working together. They were forced to dodge in all directions and could only rely on their superior laws of profound mysteries to struggle at death's door. Why do I feel as though I'm fighting General Wu? Dong Xiao felt his heart tremble. Against General Wu, you wouldn't have been able to last until now. The venomous Ing world deity felt bitter in her heart. The nest of myriad devils, which she had operated for so many years, was constantly being destroyed. It was difficult to construct, but easy to destroy. Many of the arrays would become useless once a part of them was destroyed. The venomous Ing world deity had already been weakened by more than half. Dongbua Shui Ing frowned and shouted, "Stop struggling." Hong, 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 hong. One could see many huge figures appearing in the surrounding void. Every single one of them was a towering Shui Ing who was 5 million kilometers tall. There were a total of 9 Shui Ings, including the one holding the Scarlet Cloud Spear. There were a total of 10 of them. Kill! These 9 world bodies, with the exception of not having a blood-refined deity warrior, were not any weaker than the true body. Each of them wielded a spear and possessed an overflowing might. Hua. The black-robed Dongbua Shui Ying's body was surrounded by countless white rays of light. These rays of light intersected with one another, rapidly wrapping around Dong Xiao and the venomous Ing world deity. Clearly, Dongbua Shui Ing no longer had any patience left. He directly used his killing move, intending to capture them in one fell swoop. World prison. 9 world bodies. This. I feel that he's even more terrifying than General Wu. Dong Xiao looked at the 10 huge Dongbua Shui Yings around him. He knew that he was not a match for any one of them. Furthermore, the countless white rays of light wrapping around him made him even more terrified. He hurriedly extended his hand to grab the venomous Ing world deity. Let's escape. See La space-time distorted. Dong Xiao pulled the venomous Ing world deity along as they tore through space-time to escape. Clearly, it was a space-time world deity, grade, secret technique. Dongbua Shui Ing frowned. His greatest weakness was in the aspect of flying and escaping. After all, he had never made any progress in the aspect of space-time, and none of the secret techniques he cultivated were good at flying and escaping. You want to escape? Dongbua Shui Ing waved his hand, causing a starfield flying ship to appear. So. The 10 Dongbua Shui Ings immediately landed on the starfield flying ship. When it came to traveling through space-time, what secret technique could compare to the starfield flying ship? Shi Wei, protect the madam and the others. Wait for me here. I'll be back in a while. Dongbua Shui Ying's voice was still reverberating, but he had already disappeared on the flying ship. Yes, Your Highness. Shi Wei, Commander Bai Li, and Commander Ju Qi all acknowledged the order. They watched in amazement. By the side, they were all dumbfounded. A single Dongbua Shui Ing was already so powerful, and now there were 10 of him? It was a complete suppression. Dong Xiao and the venomous Ing world deity were both forced to flee for their lives. Father is too formidable. Dongbua Yu's eyes lit up. He's really... All the spectators, including the world deities from the nest of myriad devils and the 100 million deities, were all watching in amazement. From their point of view, any one of Dongbua Shui Ying's bodies possessed the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. With a single thought, he could turn all of them into dregs. Quick, quick, escape! Dong Xiao and the venomous Ing world deity both tore through space-time to escape in a sorry state. They too had a Starfield flying ship, but they were trapped in the world prison and were surrounded by 10 Dongbo Shuiyings, so they did not have the time to take it out. You won't be able to escape. A Starfield flying ship had already appeared behind them. At the bow of the ship, Dongbo Shuiying was staring at them. With a thought, hua hua hua, 9 world bodies appeared around Dong Xiao and the venomous Ing world deity. Each of them wielded a spear, and with a sweep of their spears, Dong Xiao and the venomous Ing world deity were completely separated. Chi chi chi, countless white chains of light rapidly spread out. The venomous Ing world deity and Dong Xiao looked at the countless white chains of light and the 9 Dongbo Shuiyings around them, and they felt despair. How could it be like this? How long has it been? The venomous Ing world deity did not dare believe it. In the past, Dongbo Shuiying had been nothing more than an ant in her eyes. But in the blink of an eye, he had become so powerful that she had been beaten like a stray dog. No, she was worse than a stray dog because she could not escape. Chapter 510. The venomous Ing world deity and Dong Xiao world deity came out from the space-time tunnel and appeared in the starry sky. However, there were a total of 10 Dongbo Shuiyings surrounding them, all of them wielding spears that separated them from the rest of the group. Countless white chains of light were entangling and binding them. The venomous Ing world deity hurriedly transformed into a stream of black energy to evade the bindings, while Dong Xiao brandished his blade and slashed apart the chains binding him. The short man, Dong Xiao, hurriedly said, "Your Highness Dongbo, I have come to the nest of myriad devils under orders to resolve the enmity between you and the venomous Ing world deity. My master wishes to protect the venomous Ing world deity." The black-robed Shuiying looked at world deity Dong Xiao with anger in his eyes. Since monarch Wu Qin had interfered in this matter, he definitely knew of the enmity between him and the venomous Ing world deity. How dare he try to make me give up my hatred with just one sentence? Are you certain that your master will become my enemy just because I dealt with venomous Ing? Dongbo Shuiying looked at world deity Dong Xiao coldly. Dong Xiao's heart tightened. Become enemies? Monarch Wu Qin had indeed instructed him to resolve this enmity and protect the venomous Ing world deity. He had never said that he wanted to be enemies with Dongbo Shuiying. Plus, after feeling Dongbo Shuiying's powerful power, universe god Dong Xiao was extremely fearful. How long had he been cultivating? He had only cultivated for over 6,000 years, and he could beat him and universe god Du Xiao, 2 universe gods in the 3rd heaven, like dead dogs without any power to fight back. Just thinking about it was a little frightening. He was too young. How strong would Dongbo Shuiying be after tens of thousands of years? Dongbo, the venomous Ing world deity, gritted her teeth. Monarch Wu Qin personally promised me that he would protect me. Do you really want to become enemies with Imperial Monarch Wu Qin? Monarch Wu Qin is almost comparable to a powerful existence, and his master is the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. Oh, if I want to deal with you, then I have to become enemies with Imperial Monarch Wu Qin? You think too highly of yourself. Dongbo Shuiying laughed coldly. Even if I become enemies with Monarch Wu Qin, you think I care? Venomous Ing world deity was startled. Universe god Dong Xiao was also stunned. Care? That was right. Monarch Wu Qin's strength was tyrannical, and he was the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's disciple. He wasn't afraid of Dongbo Shuiying at all. But would Dongbo Shuiying be afraid of him? As a true proud son of heaven, he had only cultivated for a few thousand years, yet he was able to dominate the stage 3 world deities. He was also the personal disciple of His Majesty God Emperor. Furthermore, he was the lord of the material realm, so why would he be afraid? Venomous Ing, there's nothing I can do either. Dong Xiao sighed. His Highness Dongbo's strength has far surpassed my expectations, so there's nothing I can do. You. The venomous Ing world deity was flustered. Venomous Ing, obediently follow me to the bloodshed god palace and be investigated. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes were filled with mockery. If you're innocent, I'm afraid I'll have to be punished. If you aren't wrongly accused, the god palace will naturally punish you. The venomous Ing world deity had an ugly expression on her face. She could casually lie, but the moment the bloodshed god palace investigated, many flaws in her story would be discovered. Stealing a large amount of faith energy was not a crime punishable by death. But while the death penalty could be avoided, the punishment would be unforgivable. The punishment would be extremely terrifying. Furthermore, after being punished and tortured for many years, by the time she was released, Dongbua Shuiying would have become a stage for world deity. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted to her. No, I won't go. I definitely won't go. The venomous Ing world deity seemed to have gone mad. She looked at Dong Xiao. Dong Xiao, what about Monarch Wu Qin? Won't he come? Monarch Wu Qin isn't in the Calm Sea Prefecture. Even if he used a starfield flying ship to rush over, it would take him quite some time. Dong Xiao shook his head. Don't look at me. You should understand that I have no way of resisting. You, the venomous Ing world deity, was flustered. She looked at Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying, you're very good. I, venomous Ing, admit that I misjudged you. I never imagined that a peak deity brat would become so powerful in just a few thousand years. But today, even if I die, I won't go to the bloodshed god palace. If I don't go, what can you do to me? Hua hua hua. Although there were countless white shackles surrounding them, they were unable to restrain the venomous Ing world deity. In the end, Dongbua Shuiying was only a stage 2 world deity. His realm was not high enough. Although he could suppress her directly, he was unable to seal her true deity heart or her world deity energy. Amen. Dongbua Shuiying did not expect that the venomous Ing world deity would rather die than go to the bloodshed god palace. Do you dare kill me? You have no evidence to prove my guilt, and you have no right to kill a stage 3 world deity at the 5th step. Not even the Calm Sea Prefecture Master has the right to kill me, much less you. The venomous Ing world deity sneered at Dongbua Shuiying. If you kill me, you will be violating the laws of the bloodshed god palace. The venomous Ing world deity looked at Dongbua Shuiying. At the same time, she transmitted a message to Monarch Wu Qin, who was in seclusion. Monarch, Dong Xiao is unable to help me, and Dongbua Shuiying is still unwilling to give up. Hurry and save me. Monarch, you promised me this. What to do? His realm was too low, and he could not seal the other party's true deity heart. If he had an army of his own, the bloodshed god palace would have a raise to trap and imprison the enemy. However, he had rushed here alone through the space-time tunnel, and he was too far away from the nest of myriad devils. Even if he sent his world deity energy avatar to bring his personal guard back using the starfield flying ship, Dong Xiao could immediately escape with the venomous Ing world deity using a space-time secret technique. Damn it. If he used the starfield flying ship to bring his personal guard back, they would escape. If he did not bring his personal guard, he would not be able to seal and capture the venomous Ing world deity. You and I are both members of the bloodshed god palace, and we have to abide by the laws of the bloodshed god palace. We cannot fight and kill as we please. The venomous Ing world deity looked at Dongbua Shuiying. And it is impossible for me to go with you to the bloodshed god palace today. In truth, you were only a deity back then, which was why I went overboard. How could I be so foolish as to make an enemy out of you? She spoke those words. In her heart, she was waiting. The more time passed, the more likely Monarch Wu Qin would arrive. The moment Monarch Wu Qin arrived, he could easily save her. Humph. As long as Monarch Wu Qin saves me, I won't give you any chance to take revenge on me. Venomous Ing world deity thought, since we've already fallen out, Humph, humph. I'll let you know the price of offending me. Venomous Ing World Deity had many plans in her heart. Suddenly, hung, a dazzling scarlet light arced through the sky and disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already pierced through the venomous Ing World Deity's body. She stared wide-eyed at the huge wound on her chest. A scarlet cloud spear had pierced through her chest, causing a large amount of blood to splatter all over her enormous tail. You dare! The venomous Ing World Deity's eyes widened. Boom, boom, boom! Following that, the other 9 Dongbu Shuiyings attacked with their spears. This time, it was no longer like before, when they were only used to suppress her. Instead, each attack was merciless. The venomous Ing World Deity's body instantly exploded. Even her true deity heart was destroyed by a single spear strike. Luminous Sun was a technique of extreme yang and extreme toughness. Under the simultaneous attacks of the 9 world deity bodies, the venomous Ing World Deity, who did not have the support of the arrays of the nest of myriad devils, was completely suppressed. Her true deity heart was destroyed, and she died on the spot. The surrounding void exploded, and the turbulent void turbulence gradually regained its calm. The 10 Dongbu Shuiyings kept their spears. Only the poisonous trident left behind by the venomous Ing World Deity after her death and a few other items were left floating in the void. Humph, I don't dare to kill you. I have a treasure that can confuse space-time, making it impossible for me to reverse the flow of time. There is no evidence to prove that I killed you. The black-robed Dongbu Shuiying coldly said. In the deity world, many assassins would bring along treasures that could confuse space-time before carrying out assassinations. They could not find any evidence at all. World deity Dong Zhao's eyes widened. Dongbu Shuiying turned to look at him. Oh, World deity Dong Xiao, did you see it? No, I didn't see it. World deity Dong Xiao anxiously replied. I didn't see it. Furthermore, a witness can't be considered evidence. If I say someone is the killer, then that person must be the killer? A witness can't be considered evidence. Only irrefutable evidence can be used to convict the killer. Don't worry, don't worry. Those assassins have done this many times, and they have never been discovered. Your Highness Dongbu, please be lenient. Please be lenient. Chapter 511. At this moment, World Deity Dong Xiao was filled with regret. If he had known that Dongbu Shuiying was this powerful, he would not have stepped into these muddy waters. He became a stage 2 world deity in just 5,000 years, and he can even be considered a hero among stage 3 world deities. Furthermore, his backer is His Majesty God Emperor. He is not afraid of offending my master at all. World deity Dong Xiao was afraid that Dongbu Shuiying would kill him. Your Highness Dong Bo, please be lenient. I was only ordered to come here. Dongbu Shuiying chuckled. That's right. A witness is not evidence. The laws of the deity world were strict, and conclusive evidence was needed to convict someone. Speaking out was not enough to convict someone of a crime. Furthermore, the higher one's status, the greater their authority. For example, Venomous Ing was a 5th rank world deity. Stage 4 world deities could not kill her, but powerful existences had the authority to do so. It was the same logic. Shuiying was a 3rd rank world deity. Usually, only stage 4 world deities were qualified to have such a rank, and his status was higher than Venomous Ing's. Even if he were to publicly kill Venomous Ing, he would at most be severely punished, but his crime would not warrant death. However, severely punished was a truly terrifying punishment. Venomous Ing had said before that she would rather die than go to the bloodshed god palace. She was afraid of being punished. Right. This is not evidence. World deity Dong Xiao was extremely nervous. Hurry up and leave. Dongbu Shuiying chuckled. Yes. I'll leave. World deity Dong Xiao did not hesitate to use a space-time technique to flee. After fleeing into the space-time tunnel, He looked behind him and confirmed that Dongbua Shueing had not chased after him. Humph! Dongbua Shueing chuckled, then waved his hand to collect the treasures left behind by Venomous Ing. Although he was somewhat displeased with Monarch Wu Chen, he would not kill indiscriminately to the point of killing world deity Dong Shao. After all, Dong Shao was only a subordinate of Monarch Wu Chen who had come here on orders. He had no enmity with Dong Shao, so there was no need to kill a subordinate who had come here on orders. It was only towards Venomous Ing that his killing intent had long been hidden, which was why he had acted so viciously. It still has an owner? Dongbua Shueing immediately discovered the problem with the weapons and treasures left behind by the Venomous Ing world deity. As I expected, she still has an avatar alive. It was very common for world deities to cultivate cloning techniques. He had killed one body of the Venomous Ing world deity, but her other body was still alive. Soon, the other clone would be able to use the cloning technique to cultivate it back. However, having one of her clones killed, the loss of her treasures is probably enough to make her heart ache. Dongbua Shueing flew back into the Starfield flying ship and started to refine the storage ring. Putting everything else aside, just this poisonous trident alone is her most famous weapon, a blood-refined divine weapon. It has been nurtured for billions of years, but now it has fallen into my hands. Just like how the Scarlet Cloud Spear was very important to him, losing a blood-refined god weapon really made his heart ache. Whoosh! The Starfield flying ship quickly flew into the space-time tunnel and headed towards the nest of myriad devils. Within a courtyard, the Venomous Ing world deity's enormous tail was curled up. Her expression was savage, as if she had gone mad. My poisonous trident, my treasures, my hex poison materials, damn it! I've accumulated so many treasures for countless years, and now I've lost half of them. For instance, Dongbua Shueing's true body was absolutely safe in the Xia people's world. Thus, the majority of his treasures were left on his true body, like the Crimson Rock Mountain. Even so, this true body was extremely important in the deity world. For instance, the God Emperor had given him the Scarlet Cloud Spear and many other treasures, as well as the luminous sun force he had cultivated. The absolute luminous sun required the absorption of external energy. Treasures like the Golden Fiend Crystal and Demon Bone Ash were extremely expensive. The higher one's realm, the greater the price of cultivating the luminous sun force. The moment one died in battle, the blood-refined deity warrior would be gone, the luminous sun force he cultivated would be gone, and all the treasures he had on him would be gone. Even if he were to refine another body from his true body, he would still have to start cultivating the luminous sun force from scratch, and the blood-refined deity warrior would have to be nurtured once more. If the price of losing a body like Dongbua Shueing was so great, then the other world deities would have to pay an even greater price. This was because they did not have a place that was absolutely safe. Thus, they would usually split their treasures between two bodies. That way, if one of them died in battle, they would only lose half of their treasures. Even so, losing half of their treasures would still cause them to feel heartache. Dongbua Shueing, return me, my hexing poison materials. Venomous Ing world deity was furious. She had thought of all sorts of methods to steal large amounts of faith energy to accumulate her wealth and purchase many materials. Yet now, half of her treasures had fallen into Dongbua Shueing's hands. Boom! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distant void. It was a sloppy man. Monarch! Venomous Ing world deity hurriedly flew out of her courtyard. This courtyard was located atop a chain of mountains, and these mountains were floating in the starry sky. Venomous Ing. The sloppy man looked at her. This place is too far from the calm sea prefecture. Not long after I set off, Dong Shao informed me that your avatar has been killed. I was unable to save you in time. Monarch, please help me retrieve my treasures from Dongbua Shueing's hands. venomous in-world deity, hurriedly said. Retrieve them? I might be able to forcefully protect you in front of him. The sloppy man's indifferent eyes contained a strand of coldness. But I have no way of snatching the treasures he has already kept. Could it be that you want me to forcefully take away his storage items? He, Monarch Wu Qin, was not afraid of Dongbu Shuang. However, Dongbu Shuang was not afraid of him either. The third rank was the rank of a stage 4 world deity, and he was also a personal disciple of God Emperor. At most, he could only protect venomous Ing. It was impossible for him to act against Dongbu Shuang. If he were to act and forcefully take away the treasures, even if he were to confuse space-time and not leave behind any evidence, he would still offend Dongbu Shuang. This was something Wu Qin did not wish to see. But you said that Dong Xiao would go over to resolve this matter and protect me, Venomous Ing anxiously said. Dong Xiao has already done his best. The sloppy man shook his head. Enough. Don't go overboard. I've already offered up the incomplete version of the Myriad Poison record. Monarch, are you not going to keep your promise? Venomous in-world deity was flustered. The reason why the venomous in-world deity could reach such a high level in the field of hexing poisons, to the point where she could be called the most formidable in the entire Sea Prefecture, was because she had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the incomplete version of the legendary hexing poison inheritance, the Myriad Poison record. Unfortunately, it was only an incomplete version. The Tao of hexing poison, the Tao of insects and beasts, the Tao of alchemy, these unorthodox Taos, upon reaching an extremely high level, were similarly terrifying. Aren't you currently in my heavenly cloud mountain, under my protection? The sloppy man glanced at her. As long as you're in my heavenly cloud mountain, I'll definitely ensure your safety. With that said, the sloppy man took a step forward and arrived at a palace located at the peak of a mountain range. Damn it, the venomous in-world deity cursed in her heart. The nest of myriad devils. The entire nest of myriad devils was enormous, and only a few regions were in ruins. Outside the nest of myriad devils, there were over 100 million deities and a large number of world deities. These were all the subordinates of the venomous world deity. However, all of them were trembling with fear. The battle just now had caused them to lose all fighting spirit. Hua! In the distance, a hole of flowing light appeared in the void, and a deep azure ship flew out from it. A black-robed teenager stood on the bow of the ship. Father! Your Highness, Dongbu. All sorts of excited voices could be heard. Dongbu Yu, Dongbu Qingyao, Commander by Li Shang, Commander Jiu Qi, and the rest of the personal guard were all looking at Dongbu Shuang with blazing gazes. Their 2 squadrons were unable to deal with the venomous in-world deity, even after working together. Yet Dongbu Shuang was able to single-handedly beat the venomous in-world deity and Dong Xiao world deity to the point where they could not even retaliate. His formidable strength caused them to become fanatical. Previously, they had obeyed orders and respected Dongbu Shuang because of his great potential and because he was the personal disciple of His Majesty. But now, they were worshipping Dongbu Shuang because of his formidable strength. Only power could make everyone believe in him. Commander by Li Shang, lead your men and investigate the entire nest of myriad devils. Investigate the subordinates of the venomous world deity. See if the 1 million deities who collected the faith energy are truly dead. Dongbu Shuang ordered. Yes. Commander by Li Shang's voice was resounding and powerful. Follow me. Commander by Li Shang immediately shouted. He led his subordinates and began carrying out their tasks. Dongbu Shuang lowered his head to look at the storage ring in his hand. By relying on the luminous sun force, he had finally managed to forcefully erase the energy left behind by the venomous world deity. Chapter 512. Sending his consciousness into the storage ring, he saw countless shelves filled with bottles and jars. There were also all sorts of rare materials, though deity crystals and faith stones were few and far between. There were even many scrolls on display. Other miscellaneous items were piled up into mountains. A stage, three-world deity who had lived for billions of years had accumulated so many things. She is indeed a hexing poison expert, carrying so many bottles and jars with her. I've long heard that her hexing poison is formidable, but I didn't give her a chance. Dongbua Shueing thought. The venomous Ing world deity specialized in releasing hexing poisons, but Dongbua Shueing had already arranged for his personal guard to protect his children. As for himself, he was completely capable of resisting the hexing poison transmitted through the void. The more formidable the hexing poison, the harder it was to transmit it. The venomous Ing world deity was best at transmitting her hexing poison through her poisonous trident, but Dongbua Shueing had 9 avatars and 10 spears surrounding her, not giving her a chance. Collecting so many rare materials shouldn't have been easy. I'll have a good look later. Dongbua Shueing thought. Father! Dongbua Yu shouted from the side, his eyes filled with excitement. Everything he had seen today had made him worship his father even more. His father's body was 5 million kilometers tall. One had to know that the entire Xia people's world was only 5 million kilometers wide. Dongbua Shueing's time immemorial body was so huge, but that was nothing. When one cultivated to the pinnacle of time immemorial body, a single particle of one's body would become a time immemorial world. A single finger would be many times larger than the current Dongbua Shueing. However, Dongbua Yu was still a deity, spending most of his time in the Xia people's world and the inner world of Crimson Rock Mountain. His understanding of world deities was still too shallow. What's the matter? Dongbua Shueing looked at him. Father, please give me some pointers when I return to the supervisor envoy residence, Dongbua Yu said. Dongbua Shueing laughed. You little brat, I usually ask you to cultivate, but you're always neglecting it. It's rare for you to take the initiative to ask me to guide you. What he didn't know was that the heaven-defying methods he displayed today had given his son a lofty aspiration. Your Highness, Your Highness! From afar, Commander Bai Li Shang darted through void space and came over. His tanned face was filled with respect, a respect that came from the bottom of his heart. The 1 million deities that the nest of myriad demons sent to gather faith power have really all died. All dead. Dongbua Shueing was startled. He had thought that the venomous Ing world deity had simply moved the 1 million deities to another location. Are you sure? Dongbua Shueing asked. I don't dare to be 100% certain. The venomous Ing world deity had also blurred space-time when she did this, preventing anyone from probing her. Commander Bai Li Shang continued. However, I've already ordered my subordinates to carefully interrogate them. The members of the nest of myriad demons at the lower levels are not aware of this. Only the world deities at the upper levels know that on the 2nd day after Her Highness became the supervisor envoy, she summoned the 1 million deities. They all entered the palace to pay their respects to her. After that, the doors to the palace were closed, and there was no more news of them. Dongbua Shueing's expression turned ashen. What a venomous Ing! She was truly ruthless. The 2nd day after he became the supervisor envoy? On the 2nd day, wasn't it Nguliang who came to apologize? After failing to do so, the venomous Ing world deity immediately killed the 1 million deities. She destroyed all traces of evidence. Something's not right. How could all 1 million deities be in the nest of myriad demons? Dongbua Shueing thought. Most likely when I became Master's personal disciple. She was already on guard. She had already gathered these 1 million subordinates from all over the world and left them in the nest of myriad demons so that she could deal with them at any time. She killed them all just like that. Dongbua Shueing's eyes flashed with coldness. How vicious! Although he was decisive in killing, he would not go so far as to kill the innocent. There were some experts who would unintentionally harm the lives of the weaker ones. At the very least, they were not plotting a massacre. The venomous Ing world deity was someone who had long planned this. The moment she failed to apologize, she would immediately eliminate them. Those were all her loyal subordinates, and they were all killed by her in one fell swoop, all for the sake of destroying the evidence. Do you think that you can destroy the evidence? Dongbua Shui Ing had long planned this out in his heart. Just as Dongbua Shuang and the others were searching through the entire nest of myriad demons, a piece of news had already spread throughout the entire Kam Si prefecture at an extremely fast speed. The Kam Si prefecture could be said to be huge. Even teleportation arrays would take quite a while, but it could also be said to be small. Through communication treasures, news could spread out in the blink of an eye. There were only a few experts at the peak of the Kam Si prefecture, and they had been paying attention to the matter between Dongbua Shui Ing and the venomous Ing world deity. This Dongbua brat is truly formidable. The Kam Si prefecture master was an amiable old man who was currently watering his plants. He could not help but praise the youth when he heard the news from his attendant. A young attendant with delicate features said, "Yes, yes, yes. He's very formidable. How long has he been cultivating for? Yet he's already able to easily trample over both the venomous Ing world deity and the Dong Shao world deity. With such power, he's definitely at the apex of stage 3 world deities. He's not much weaker than General Wu. Furthermore, I've heard that one of the avatars of the venomous Ing world deity was killed by Dongbua Shuang. Chen Hua, where did you get this news from?" The Kam Si prefecture master glanced at the young attendant with a smile. He. It's news from the heavenly cloud mountain. I dare not confirm it, but my guess is that it's not far from the truth. The young attendant added, I heard that the venomous Ing world deity sent an avatar to the heavenly cloud mountain when Dongbua Shui Ing became the supervisor envoy. She went to find monarch Wu Qin. Brother Wu Qin is infatuated with cultivation, the Kam Si prefecture master said. The Kam Si prefecture master continued. The purpose of researching so many paths is to find a path that leads to becoming a powerful existence. He has even scoured the entire deity world and even the dark abyss in search of what he needs. This venomous Ing should have some sort of treasure that she offered to Brother Wu Qin. Brother Wu Qin needs it. That is why he is protecting her. Monarch Wu Chen's actions are rather unwise. The young attendant shook his head. Do not be disrespectful to your seniors, the Kam Si prefecture master shouted. Furthermore, what do you know? He is stuck at the final hurdle, and his greatest desire is to break through that final hurdle and become a powerful existence, truly transcending eternity. For the sake of taking that final step, is there anything he wouldn't dare to do? The Kam Si prefecture master's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. As an old fellow among stage 4 world deities who had lived for far too long, he was very clear about Wu Chen's thoughts. If there was a chance of transcending right in front of him, he, the Kam Si prefecture master, would disregard everything. Even if he was asked to kill Shuang, he would still dare. After killing him, he would simply betray the bloodshed god palace and rely on some other superpower, such as the temporal island. To ancient cultivators like him, personal combat power was the most important thing. Any other kind of power was just an illusion. He. The young attendant immediately changed the topic with a laugh. Prefecture master, is Dongbua Shui Ing really that formidable? He is only a stage 2 world deity. Yet he is already so tyrannical? Did he obtain an absolute art? Amen, the Kam Si prefecture master nodded. He is His Majesty's personal disciple, so he should have obtained an absolute art. An absolute art. The young attendant's eyes shone. If I could obtain an absolute art, TSK, I might even be able to fight against stage 4 world deities. He was currently a stage 3 world deity. The Kam Si prefecture master sneered and shook his head. His realm is clearly lower by an entire level, yet he is able to display an even more tyrannical combat power. Everything has its own balance. For an absolute art to be so powerful, cultivating it must be extremely difficult. With Dongbua Shuiying's comprehension ability, if an ordinary Stage 2 world deity were to cultivate it, they would most likely be far slower than Dongbua Shuiying. Furthermore, look at the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. He is known as the third ancestor, but in reality he is just a unique stage for world deity. With his realm, he should have long since become a powerful existence. It's a pity that he has been affected by the absolute art. Oh, the young attendant nodded. Still, that brat Dongbua is truly amazing. With his cultivation speed, he should be able to become a Stage 3 world deity within 100,000 years. By then, his combat power will be even more amazing. The Calm Sea Prefecture Master laughed. It was not just the number one expert of the Calm Sea Prefecture, the Calm Sea Prefecture Master. Many other Stage 3 world deities, such as the famous General Wu, as well as the top-ranked experts, such as the Cluster Corpse Kings and the White Sand City Lord, were all astonished. The White Sand City Lord sighed with emotion. This brother of mine is improving so quickly that even I, as his elder brother, do not have the confidence to defeat him. Yes. I have to go and have a match with him. The moment the White Sand City Lord received the news, he immediately left his city and rushed towards Eastern Region City. Chapter 513. Dongbua Shuiying brought his wife and children along with him as he led his personal guard back from the nest of myriad devils. His Starfield flying ship soon arrived at the Calm Sea Prefecture's Eastern Region City. At this time, the White Sand City Lord was still in his base. In the sky above the Eastern Region City, General Mo was leading many of the Eastern Blaze Army's subordinates, waiting high in the sky. Upon seeing the Starfield flying ship appear in the distant void, they immediately flew over to welcome it. Your Highness, Dongbua's battle has truly shaken the Calm Sea Prefecture. It won't be long before the other world deities within the Bloodshed God Palace's territory come to know of your Highness' strength. General Mo was incomparably cordial. Previously, he had only been unwilling to offend Dongbua Shuiying, but now he had naturally lowered his status even further. Powerful cultivators would naturally be respected. It's a pity that Venomous Ing actually killed all the millions of people who were collecting faith energy. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. This time, all our efforts were for naught. She killed all of them? General Mo was shocked. I've investigated carefully, and it should be true. It's a pity that Venomous Ing interfered with space-time when she massacred those millions of subordinates. Dongbua Shuiying said. Without sufficient evidence, we won't be able to deal with her. General Mo added, with your Highness' strength, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with Venomous Ing in the future. She won't be able to jump around for much longer. Dongbua Shuiying gave General Mo a glance. This was the first time General Mo had clearly stood by his side. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be returning to my residence first. In the future, if General Mo is free, you can come visit me, Dongbua Shuiying said. Of course, General Mo replied. Following that, Shuiying brought along his subordinates and charged downwards. General Mo looked at Dongbua Shuiying's departing figure and revealed a smile. Dongbua Shuiying's final words clearly expressed his desire to get close to him. If a Stage 2 world deity was already so powerful, he would most likely be able to fight against a Stage 4 world deity as a Stage 3 world deity. Even a fool would know that offending such an existence was an extremely foolish thing to do. General Mo naturally would not do such a thing. As soon as he returned to the supervisor envoy's mansion, Dongbua Shuiying turned around and left stealthily. He arrived at the Temporal Temple in the city. As the core city of the eastern region of the Calm Sea Prefecture, the Temporal Temple was incomparably majestic and luxurious. It was only slightly smaller than the nearby Bloodshed Tavern. Temporal Temple? The black-robed Dongbua Shuiying walked into the Temporal Temple with a complicated feeling in his heart. He had many conflicts with the temporal temple. "Ah, your highness, Dongbua." Within the majestic palace, a silver-robed world deity immediately came to welcome him. He was a stage 2 world deity, and he was the highest-ranking person in charge of the temporal temple in the Eastern Sea region. The temporal temple was famous for being well-informed, so it was natural that they knew of Dongbua Shuiying's recent actions that had shocked the entire Calm Sea prefecture. This person in charge was incomparably respectful and humble. "Your Highness, I am Yu Yun, and I am in charge of this palace. Please come in and have a seat." The other attendants and guards in the temple watched from afar, not daring to approach. Usually, outsiders who came to the temporal temple would be served by attendants. The moment Dongbua Shuiying entered, the highest-ranking person in charge, world deity Yu Yin, immediately rushed out to welcome him. They arrived at an elegant hall. Tea was served. "Your Highness, what brings you to my temporal temple?" World deity Yu Yin asked. "I wish to ask the temporal temple to investigate the latest collection of faith energy from all the planets with life in the White Yang star field," Dongbua Shuiying said. World deity Yu Yin looked at Dongbua Shuiying in astonishment. "All the planets with life. A star field. How many planets with life were there?" That was an extremely huge number of planets with life. Otherwise, it would not have given birth to so many deities. "Your Highness, the collection of faith energy happens once every 10,000 years," world deity Yu Yin said. "To investigate all the planets with life in an entire star field, the price is extremely high." Dongbua Shuiying nodded. "I know. Of course it was high. Turning back time was easy if it was just the most recent events. However, the more ancient it was, the more energy it would consume, the higher the requirement for the profound mysteries of space-time. He could also gather many deities who were proficient in the profound mysteries of space-time. If it was just the most recent events, he could easily gather a large number of deities to investigate slowly. However, the time gap was too far. Perhaps only world deities who were proficient in the space-time deity heart could do it. But for such experts to investigate the planets one by one, perhaps even a single planet would demand a deity crystal as a service fee. There were so many planets in the entire star field that not even powerful beings could afford it. Thus, Dongbua Shuiying could only ask the temporal temple for help. The temporal temple was the strongest space-time weapon created by the temporal island lord. Ordinary powerful existences would not be able to use their energy to enter the material world and teleport through space-time. However, the treasure of the temporal temple could do it. From this, one could see how powerful it was. In terms of space-time, this weapon was probably comparable to the blood blade. Moreover, it was just a weapon, so it could be used without any effort. It costs 30 million deity crystals. World deity Yu Yin said directly. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. "All right, I'll buy it." In any case, he had obtained quite a lot from the venomous Ing world deity. Using some to deal with her was nothing. Soon, in the time taken to brew a cup of tea, the temporal temple had collected all the information on the most recent gathering of faith energy in a star field. This speed was truly terrifying. "Your Highness, this is the detailed information. It contains the scenes of every single planet being turned back in time." World deity Yu Yun immediately handed over a crystal plate. After receiving the crystal plate, Dongbua Shuiying discovered that other than the records of countless planets being turned back in time, there was also a record of the gathering of faith energy. Good fellow. She actually only handed over 30%. Dongbua Shuiying was inwardly speechless. This venomous Ing world deity is not just ordinarily daring. Let's see how she will escape this time, Dongbua Shuiying thought. He then stood up and left the temporal temple. World deity you naturally sent Shuiying all the way to the outside of the temple. He looked from afar and sighed inwardly. "I've heard that His Highness Dong Bo came from the material world. My temporal island has the most detailed investigation of the material world. So logically speaking, such a formidable genius should have long been discovered by the temporal temple. Unexpectedly, he ended up in the hands of the bloodshed god Palace. What a pity! But he did not know. Even the high and mighty temporal island lord had similarly paid attention to Dongbua Shuang. That was when Dongbua Shuang had just been accepted as a personal disciple. When the temporal island lord found out about it, he was rather astonished. Becoming a stage 2 world deity in just 5,000 years and becoming a personal disciple of the bloodshed god Palace? He immediately understood the details, and only then did the treasure spirit of the temporal temple report everything. So it turned out that there had been 3 previous disputes. The first time the temporal temple invited him, Dongbua Shuang did not wish to be controlled and restricted, so he did not agree. The second time, Dongbua Shuang wanted to agree, but he knew that he would not be able to control the mission once he joined. He was worried that the Xia people's world would be attacked during the temporal temple's mission. Thus he gave up. The third time, Dongbua Shuang took the initiative to join. He only had one goal: to save his wife, whose soul was about to completely dissipate. What a pity! A treasure capable of reconstructing one's soul was too precious, and the temporal temple felt that Dongbua Shuang did not have the value to do so. Thus they did not agree. I've actually missed out on a decent brat. However, this brat might not even become a powerful existence. After understanding the situation, the temporal island lord could only sigh before turning back to continue refining his weapon. Dongbua Shuang sent his subordinates to report the situation to the bloodshed god Palace. Through a spatial teleportation array, the report reached the bloodshed god Palace on the same day. The officials of the bloodshed god Palace soon received the report. Being officials of the bloodshed god Palace headquarters, they were naturally well informed. They were still discussing how Dongbua Shuang had single-handedly suppressed Venomous and Dong Xiao, 2 stage 3 world deities. We were just talking about His Highness Dongbua a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye His Highness Dongbua has sent us evidence. His Highness is truly formidable. This evidence was bought directly from the temporal temple. The temporal temple must have asked for an exorbitant price to search through the faith energy of all planets with life in an entire star field. It must be high. Furthermore, His Highness said that the million deities who collected faith energy were all killed, no matter what. The White Yang star field, governed by the nest of myriad devils, recently collected faith energy, and the Venomous world deity only handed over 30% of it. There is no doubt about this. I feel that we should send an order to capture the Venomous world deity and interrogate her. Also, we should interrogate her about whether or not she was the one who massacred the million deities and why she did so. Massacring a million deities would usually be useless without sufficient evidence. However, the White Yang Starfield's collection of faith energy did provide conclusive evidence. After all, no matter how formidable the Venomous world deity was, it was impossible for her to distort space-time on every single planet she collected. After all, she only had 2 such treasures. I agree. MN, let's capture her and interrogate her first. Even though it was a crime for so many starfields to be robbed in just 10,000 years, it was not a serious crime. However, the moment they were captured and interrogated, they would discover that the 32 starfields had been like this for a very long time. This was also the reason why the Venomous world deity was unwilling to surrender before Dongbua Shuang. Capture her. The bloodshed god Palace was extremely efficient. A division of a first-class legion immediately set off for Monarch Wu Chen's Heavenly Cloud Mountain. From this, one could see how accurate the intelligence of the bloodshed god Palace was. The second watch had arrived, and the third watch was still being written. Everyone could read it in the morning. Asterisk. Chapter 514. There was a chain of mountains floating amidst the vast starry sky. This was the Heavenly Cloud Mountain, the residence of monarch Wu-Chin. Within a certain courtyard, the venomous Ing world deity was currently within her cultivation room, observing a strange tree branch submerged in a liquid. The tip of the branch was completely immersed in the liquid, and there were faint green bubbles floating around it. The venomous Ing world deity carefully observed it, her eyes penetrating through the fine details of the bubbles, allowing her to clearly observe every single particle within. She was currently cultivating in a frenzy. The Tao of hexing poison was something that could be comprehended from materials of myriad existences. Having one of her avatars killed by Dongbuo Ing had left her furious and desperate to break through to become a stage for world deity. But how could it be so easy to break through? There was only a single stage for world deity in the entire C prefecture. The door to the cultivation room was instantly shattered. A figure rushed in. Who? The venomous Ing world deity was furious. No one would be willing to be disturbed while cultivating in a cultivation room. Furthermore, this cultivation room was extremely sturdy, and it should not have been so easy to break through. The one who rushed in was a sloppy man with a sharp aura surrounding his body. Monarch. The venomous Ing world deity was stunned. The sloppy man grabbed her arm and growled. The Bloodshed God Palace has sent a first-class legion to capture you. Hurry up and leave. A first-class legion? The venomous Ing world deity was so frightened that her heart trembled. A first-class legion was used to deal with powerful existences, and any one of them could deal with a stage for world deity. Yet they were here to capture her. This caused fear to well up in the venomous Ing world deity's heart. Something wasn't right. Dongbuo Ing did not have any concrete evidence. What right did the Bloodshed God Palace have to capture her? However, this was not the time to think about it. Let's go. The sloppy man grabbed the venomous Ing world deity and instantly disappeared. At the same time, in the void outside the Heavenly Cloud Mountain, a celestial field flying ship flew out of the space-time channel. On the huge celestial field flying ship stood many soldiers covered in armor. Even their faces were masked. All the soldiers' armor was of a deep green color, and their surface was covered in green lightning. This squad consisted of more than 1,000 soldiers, all of whom were world deities. Furthermore, the first-class legion was the highest-ranked legion of the Bloodshed God Palace, having been created by God Emperor over a long period of time. The main reason was that the secret techniques and armors were extremely complicated, and the combat power they formed was also extremely terrifying. A team like this, 10 teams working together, it was enough to deal with powerful existences. Rumble, under the leadership of the commander, they all flew out of the starfield flying ship. The void around them had already been shattered, and countless arcs of blue lightning crackled around them. This is my Heavenly Cloud Mountain. A cold voice rang out. A sloppy-looking man stood in the air in front of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain, blocking the way. His eyelids were drooping, and he had a faint smile on his face as he coldly glanced at the troops in front of him. Since when did the Bloodshed God Palace army dare to trespass on my Heavenly Cloud Mountain? Have I broken some law? The commander, who was also wearing a mask, coldly said, Monarch, we have come here under orders to capture the venomous Ing world deity. I hope that Monarch will not block our way. This is my place, and you want me to not block your way? The sloppy man suddenly snorted angrily. Boom! Terrifying violet flames revolved around the sloppy man's body. His skin began to glow with a violet, crystalline luster, and the surrounding starry sky began to be burned into particles. In fact, even the particles were directly turned into nothingness. A terrifying temperature spread out in all directions. The sloppy man's eyes were burning with flames as he stared at the troop of over 1,000 world deities in front of him. A first-grade legion was famous, and even a single team of them was extremely terrifying. However, Monarch Wu-Chin was also an overlord. Monarch? The commander was somewhat hesitant. If the order had been to deal with Monarch Wu-Chen, they would have long since acted. However, they were only here to capture the venomous Ing world deity. My place will not tolerate your impudence. The sloppy man was currently emitting a powerful aura that far surpassed that of the distant sun star. Of course, this was also because the sun star was simply too far away. Every part of the sloppy man's body, including his eyes, skin, eyebrows, and many other parts, was covered in violet flames. Spread out and capture venomous Ing. The commander felt that he could not delay any longer and immediately gave the order. Yes. So, all the soldiers dispersed, charging toward the heavenly cloud mountain in different directions. The commander, on the other hand, charged directly at the sloppy man. Although the commander was only a stage 3 world deity, his divine body had been modified before, after donning the armor, and with the army formation of over 1,000 subordinates, he was able to unleash the fighting power of a stage for world deity. Small sword world. Seeing so many soldiers charge toward the heavenly cloud mountain, the sloppy man frowned. Shwa, 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 shwa. Countless sword lights flew out from the heavenly cloud mountain, covering the sky and earth. They had already formed a system of their own, completely enveloping all the soldiers. Their terrifying might was unstoppable, and the soldiers were unable to evade them at all. Each and every one of them was pierced by those sword lights. However, the defense of a first-grade legion was extremely tyrannical. Even with 10 teams, not even powerful existences could kill a single one of them. At present, a large-scale attack would not be able to harm these soldiers. Monarch Wu-Chin, you've gone too far. The commander furiously charged over. The sloppy man, however, turned around and left. With a single step, he pierced through the void and disappeared. His voice reverberated through the void. You dared to barge into my heavenly cloud mountain. As for Venomous Ing, she was indeed with me, but you all came too late. Venomous Ing had already left. The Bloodshed God Palace team immediately descended upon the heavenly cloud mountain to search for her, but naturally they could not find her. Inside the belly of the heavenly cloud mountain, chi, within the enormous pool, there was a strange, bright-colored red flower. There were countless human faces on the flower. The sloppy man stood by the side of the pond, carefully observing it before nodding. The remnant of the myriad poison record is truly extraordinary. This floating realm flower has actually grown. The floating realm flower contains the laws of the world, forming a world of its own. The moment it grows is when the laws evolve. I hope that by watching it evolve, I will be able to truly comprehend it and take the final step. He had never left the belly of the mountain. The one who had gone to battle had been his avatar. The one who had brought Venomous Ing away had been his world deity avatar. He had sent Venomous Ing to an old friend for protection, which could be considered as fulfilling his promise. The floating realm flower and the remnant of the myriad poison record, the sword world scripture, and the inferno hell world body. I only need to succeed in one of these 3 paths to transcend. The sloppy man's eyes were filled with fervent anticipation. However, the majority of stage 4 world deities were like him, seeking to transcend eternity. It was a pity that it was difficult. After returning from the temporal temple, Dongbushui Ing did not have the time to properly inspect the storage treasures left behind by the Venomous Ing world deity before he met his big brother, the White Sand City Lord. He naturally had to entertain him. The two had just chatted for an hour when a piece of news arrived. The news Dongbushui Ing received came from his junior brothers and sisters over at the Bloodshed God Palace. The Venomous Ing world deity was unwilling to go to the Bloodshed God Palace to be interrogated. She had fled when they tried to capture her, and as a result, her rank had been stripped and she was now wanted. Asterisk the third watch was over. Chapter 5:15. Wanted for arrest? The White Sand City Lord slowly poured wine for Dongbua Shuang, then for himself. Only after he was done did he say, "Brother Dongbua, what exactly did you do? How did you get the bloodshed god palace to send out an army to capture Venomous Ing? You should know that the bloodshed god palace usually dispatches an army with concrete evidence, and only after the officials in charge of the matter have passed the report will the order be issued." Dongbua Shuang smiled mysteriously. "Of course I have concrete evidence. I went to the Temporal Temple to investigate the most recent collection of faith energy from all the planets in the White Yang starfield." Ruthless enough. "How many deity crystals?" the White Sand City Lord asked. 30 million. Dongbua Shuang felt his heart ache. "It's you," the White Sand City Lord sighed. "The nest of myriad devils is responsible for collecting faith energy across 32 starfields over a long period of time. Your evidence is only from a single starfield, and it was collected in the last 10,000 years. Usually, such a small amount of embezzlement would not warrant the dispatch of a first-class army. Venomous Ing has the face of her brother, so the officials would not be too harsh. Most of the time, they would first issue an order to reprimand her. Venomous Ing would then find a scapegoat and say that it was her subordinate's embezzlement. She would then pay several times the fine. That would usually cover up the matter. It's a pity that the one who acted this time was Your Highness Dongbua. Those officials did not hesitate to stand by your side, so they would definitely send an army to capture you." The White Sand City Lord shook his head. Venomous Ing was so frightened that she ran away, not daring to go to the bloodshed god palace. Dongbua Shuang said she has a guilty conscience. How many of the various powers are truly clean? If they were truly clean, would they be able to support so many subordinates? The White Sand City Lord asked. "I know, but it's rare to see someone as greedy as Venomous Ing." Dongbua Shuang said, "My Kamsi Prefecture's eastern region is collecting faith energy as a whole, while the nest of myriad devils is responsible for 32 starfields." The White Sand City Lord nodded. "That's true. The other powers do not have a strong background in the bloodshed god palace, so they would not dare to be too unsightly. Usually, they would be a little greedier. For example, they would be greedy for 20% of it. Venomous Ing is even more vicious. She left a loophole on her own, and I have the right to supervise her. No one can say that I'm wrong to deal with her like this. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for courting death." Dongbua Shuang said casually. This time, it was Imperial Monarch Wu Qin who protected her. Otherwise, with her own strength, how could she have escaped from the army? But she's no longer a concern. The White Sand City Lord drank his wine. Since she's wanted by the bloodshed god palace, she has to be careful at all times. She doesn't dare enter the territory of the bloodshed god palace. After all, without her rank, anyone can kill her. Dongbua Shuang nodded. Now that Venomous Ing was carefully fleeing in all directions, it would be difficult to track her down. However, it was nothing to worry about. His strength would increase rapidly when he was weak. Of course, it would take him a long time in the future. The amount of time required to advance from Stage 3 to Stage 4 world deities was much longer, and the distance between Stage 4 world deities and powerful existences was even greater. Many geniuses had been obstructed at this step. However, as long as he became a Stage 3 world deity, coupled with his absolute arts, he would be able to move unhindered. When that time came, he would just have to pay some attention to Venomous Ing and find an opportunity to get rid of her. In truth, Dongbua Shuang no longer cared about her. He was more concerned about the eternal Wind Knight, Qiu Qibai, who had guided him into becoming a transcendent. Qiu Qibai had always taken good care of him, and the two of them had an extremely good relationship. When Qiu Qibai died, Dongbua Shuang had also felt terrible. However, he lacked the strength to enter the Dark Abyss. The deity world and the Dark Abyss were enemies. Only powerful existences might have some friendship with each other, but at the world deity level, they would kill each other countless times. The great demon god did not care about Dongbua Shuiying's identity. Whenever they saw a guest from the deity world, they would definitely think of a way to kill or capture them alive to conduct all sorts of bloody experiments. It must be known that the will of the abyss would reward these abyssal life forms for killing outsiders. The will of the material world cared for and protected them. Living in the material world, even the Bloodblade and the others would have their long-range killing abilities greatly reduced. Without an oath, they could at most kill a Stage 2 world deity with a thought. If they were in the deity world or the dark abyss, the Bloodblade and the others would be many times more powerful. As for the will of the abyss, it was all about killing, devouring, bloodshed, and darkness. The more abyssal life forms killed, especially those from the deity world or the material world, the more they would be rewarded by the will of the abyss. As such, without sufficient strength, the moment one entered, they would only be surrounded and attacked. Once I reach the peak of stage for world deity level, I will be able to give it a try. At that time, any abyss sovereign will no longer be able to kill me. Dongbua Shuiying thought. The sovereigns of any layer of the dark abyss were all stage for world deities at the very least. Eternal Wind, I hope that you can hold on for a little longer. Given the methods of the great demon god, he will most likely torture you for a long time. As he thought of this, Dongbua Shuiying felt his heart ache. He felt helpless. For the sake of saving Eternal Wind, he actually hoped that the great demon god would torture and imprison Qiuqi for a little longer. How laughable was that? Within a chain of black palaces, countless beauties were walking about. One of the more remote courtyards was where the venomous Ing world deity lived. The venomous Ing world deity looked at the endless starry sky in the direction of the territory of the bloodshed god palace. Damn it! If I could have forced Dongbua Shuiying to self-detonate back then, preventing him from participating in the Myriad Flower Feast, that would have been great. Even though I would have to bear some responsibility for forcing him to his death, I wasn't the one who killed him. But I wasn't the one who killed him. He was the one who killed himself. The venomous Ing world deity felt as if countless ants were gnawing at her heart. If he hadn't participated in the Myriad Flower Feast, he wouldn't have been able to become a disciple of his god emperor, and he wouldn't have risen so quickly. Furthermore, he even has an absolute art. A Stage 2 world deity was actually able to suppress me. The venomous Ing world deity was filled with envy and unwillingness. The myriad poison record she had obtained through a fortuitous encounter would have been considered an absolute art if she had been in its complete form. The difference between an incomplete and a complete version was simply too great. Take the secret techniques of the sealed world pagoda, for example. Every single one of them could be considered a fragment of an absolute art. It's too late for regrets. Too late. The venomous Ing world deity looked in the direction of the territory of the bloodshed god palace. No matter how ruthless or cruel she was, at this moment, all she felt was helplessness. She was clear. That brat she had never placed in her eyes was now someone she could only look up to. Furthermore, she believed that he would continue to grow at a terrifying rate. In the future, becoming an overlord of the deity world would be a simple matter. He was an existence she could not shake. As time passed, the gap between them would only grow wider and wider. If I could become a Stage 4 world deity, the venomous Ing world deity gritted her teeth. The pride in her heart allowed her to hold onto a strand of hope. Time was merciless. The world of the Xia people was changing rapidly. More transcendents were born, and the population was multiplying. It was now common for transcendents to enter the Crimson Rock Mountain world to train. After all, there was no longer any need to hide the fact that Dongbua Shuiying was in control of the Crimson Rock Mountain. After all, he had already become the personal disciple of His Majesty. How could he not be in control of the Crimson Rock Mountain? The deity world and the dark abyss had not changed at all. After all, 30,000 years was a very short period of time even for an ordinary deity. And during these 30,000 years, Dongbua Shuiying's influence in the calm Sea Prefecture grew. People like the White Sand City Lord, General Wu, and King Song Xia would come to visit him and even spar with him. Everyone knew that Dongbua Shuiying would soon become a stage 3 world deity. At that time, his strength would most likely be even more terrifying. Naturally, Dongbua Shuiying's influence would also grow. Even Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qingyao had become disciples of the top powers in the entire calm Sea Prefecture. Even the second prince and the others under the calm Sea Prefecture master would have to treat Dongbua Yu and the others politely. As for Dongbua Shuiying, he was no longer on the same level as the second prince and the others. The more Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qingyao interacted with each other, the wider their horizons became. They soon discovered that deities were extremely rare even among the disciples of the major powers. That was because deities had a short lifespan, and those who could live for a long time were all world deities. The two of them were also very diligent in their cultivation. They had inherited their parents' innate talents and had long since reached the peak of the deity realm. However, it was not so easy for them to become world deities. There was another reason for this. Dongbua Shuiying and Jingqiu had not allowed their children to absorb faith stones. The two of them had long since discussed that they would not allow their children to absorb faith stones for 10 million years. If they could not become world deities within 10 million years, then they would absorb faith stones. Chapter 516. Calm Sea Prefecture, East Region City. In a luxurious restaurant, there was a man in a green robe and a man in a gray robe who were eating and drinking casually. Moreover, they were looking outside through the window. With their eyesight as universe gods, although they were quite far away, they could still clearly see the main entrance of the supervisor's mansion, which was the most eye-catching one. "Sir, that Shang Yi has changed his appearance to become Dongbua Shuiying's disciple by Li Shang. Now that we've confirmed it, what should we do? Should we find an opportunity to kill him?" the gray-robed man asked. While the two were conversing, their surroundings were also shielded from all probing, so they were not afraid of anyone eavesdropping. The green-robed man frowned as he watched from afar. Back when the ruins collapsed, a large number of world deities fled in all directions. No one knows which world deity obtained that supreme treasure. Furthermore, all of them were frightened and became extremely cautious. Monarch Tsang tried his best to find a few of them, even going all out through karma. Although he managed to find them one by one, out of the 395 world deities we found so far, not a single one of them has a supreme treasure. Although we've already found another world deity, who knows if this Shang Yi has a supreme treasure or not? After all, many world deities had failed. Monarch Sangyong even suspected that there was no supreme treasure within the ruins. However, the large number of other treasures and evidence he had obtained pointed to one thing. The most important supreme treasure was within the ruins. This was also the reason why Monarch Sangyong had spared no expense in searching for world deities. The green-robed man shook his head. If he was hiding alone, we could have easily captured him. But now he has joined Dongbua Shuiying's faction. Furthermore, he is one of the commanders of his personal guard. We want to capture a commander of his personal guard, but how could Dongbua Shuiying allow us to do so? Monarch Sangyong is afraid of Dongbua Shuiying? The gray-robed man could not help but ask. Monarch Sangyong is naturally not afraid of Dongbua Shuiying. However, there is no need for him to do so, nor is he willing to make an enemy out of him. The green-robed man glanced at the gray-robed man. Dongbua Shuiying is not someone to be trifled with. After all, he is the personal disciple of Bloodblade. He possesses a legendary absolute art. Even I would not be a match for Dongbua Shuiying. In the future, he will become a terrifying existence that even the monarch would not wish to offend. If he were to become a stage 4 world deity, he would definitely dominate all stage 4 world deities. The gray-robed man nodded. What should we do? He is, after all, one of his personal guards. If he was just an idle guest, Dongbo Shueing wouldn't have gone overboard in protecting him. But he will definitely protect the commander of the personal guards. The green-robed man pondered, and his voice became cold. However, the monarch has already paid a huge price for the relic treasure. No matter what, we have to screen every single one of the universe gods who escaped back then. We cannot let any of them go. Yes, the gray-robed man suddenly said, "Look, Shang-Yi has returned to the supervisor envoy's estate." King Commander Flying Commander, Commander Bye-Bye, and Robed Man said with Commander Commander, Commander Commander Commander, Commander, Robed Commander, Commander in and King King Commander Long Bai, Emperor de Commander, High Emperor, and 1. Shang-Yi can be considered quite handsome. The green-robed man shook his head. He sure is cautious. The world deities who had escaped were all cautious, so Monarch Songyong had a hard time finding them. In the end, Monarch Songyong had to rely on karma to track them down. However, Monarch Songyong himself had not grasped the karma deity heart. Those who absorbed the power of faith and were bound by karma found it hard to grasp the karma deity heart. Thus, they had to rely on the karma between themselves and these world deities to search for Shang-Yi in the vast deity world. All right, you can all disperse. I will be going into seclusion for a period of time. If there's nothing important, you guys can do as you see fit. Bai Lishang casually ordered after returning to his cave dwelling. Yes, Commander. The soldiers also laughed and dispersed. Due to Dongbua Shuiying's growing influence, the various powers of the Sea Prefecture Eastern region were all very obedient. Even those with strong backgrounds and connections did not dare to take too much faith from him. In their words, Dongbua Shuiying's cultivation speed is astonishing. It won't be long before he becomes even stronger. His Majesty, God Emperor, will probably give him a promotion. While he's still a supervisor, it's best not to provoke him. Thus, be it the personal guard or the supervisor army, they were all very relaxed. Life is indeed very leisurely. Bai Lishang quickly entered his cultivation room. Distorting space-time, he shielded himself from probing. He then took out a wooden box and opened it. Inside the wooden box was a black sphere with uneven patterns. Bai Lishang gently caressed the black sphere. The black sphere slowly lit up, and the uneven patterns began to emit light, illuminating the surrounding space. The complex three-dimensional pattern was still as mysterious and unfathomable as ever. This was the most complex and mysterious pattern Bai Lishang had ever seen in his life. Even some of the arrays in the prefecture city could not compare to it. Monarch Songyong risked his life and paid such a huge price, sending so many world deities to their deaths, all for you. Bai Lishang caressed the black sphere, his eyes filled with anxiety. But what secret do you have? What is it? An absolute art? A powerful and unique treasure? It had been more than 30,000 years. He had tried all sorts of methods, refining methods, sensing methods, and even using brute force to gradually increase his strength. However, he could not shake the black sphere in the slightest. It simply stood there, unbreakable, unshakable, and unrefined, other than the incomparably mysterious three-dimensional pattern that appeared when world deity energy was poured into it. There was nothing else it could do. I can feel that something is wrong. Bai Lishang grew anxious. What exactly is wrong? What secret do you have? The treasure was in his hands, but he was unable to unravel its mysteries. Bai Lishang was also anxious. Within the supervisor residence, only the front part of the residence was occupied by the personal guard army. The wider area behind it was occupied by Dongbua Shuiying's family, as well as the cultivation grounds. In a dark and sealed underground hall, Dongbua Shuiying was sitting cross-legged by himself. Rumble! countless scenes appeared around him. The world was collapsing, the chaos hole was collapsing, and the extremity was faintly visible. There were also scenes of flowers and grass withering, scenes of flying insects and beasts turning into skeletons, and scenes of raging flames turning the entire forest into ashes. Countless scenes appeared. The surroundings of these scenes were rippling with a horrifying intent of destruction. World, chaos hole, extremity. These three were the three stages of the great destruction of the laws of heaven and earth. Dongbua Shueing was continuously pursuing his most powerful killing move, the spear technique destruction, to become even more perfect. He also wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend the extremity deity heart. Extremity. When he was young, Dongbua Shueing was the first to comprehend the true meaning of extreme piercing. Now that he had comprehended the world deity heart and the chaotic deity heart, the extremity deity heart was the slowest. This was because the extreme piercing and the extremity deity heart were worlds apart. In fact, they were completely different directions. Extreme piercing was an extreme path. The extremity deity heart, on the other hand, was an absolute unity and balance. It was the beginning and the end of everything. He had long understood this point. It was just that the beginning and the end of everything in the laws of heaven and earth, that incomparably mysterious one, was extremely hard to grasp. After comprehending the spear technique destruction for so many years, in addition to his deep foundation in the aspect of extremity, Dongbua Shueing had long grasped that layer of muslin. It was just a layer of muslin, but he was unable to grasp it no matter what. I can feel myself getting closer and closer to it. Dongbua Shueing smiled faintly, and the countless scenes of destruction around him dissipated. There's no need to rush. Everything will come naturally. He then stood up. Dongbua Shueing walked out of the underground hall and walked up the stairs. Soon he arrived outside. The door opened, and Dongbua Shueing walked out. This hall was a secret place where Dongbua Shueing trained. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter. Normally, he would only bring his wife and children inside to guide them in their cultivation. The moment he walked out, an attendant respectfully said, "Your Highness, a guest has come to visit. He has been waiting for 2 days." Chapter 517. 2 days! Dongbua Shueing nodded. When he was in closed-door cultivation, it was forbidden to disturb him unless it was absolutely important. "Who is it?" "It's His Highness Long Yu and an unfamiliar stage, 3-world deity," the attendant said respectfully. "His Highness Long Yu? Bring me over," Dongbua Shueing ordered. Within the palace hall, Dongbua Shueing and his wife, Jing Qiu, received the 2 guests together. "His Highness Long Yu, you're a rare guest. The last time we met was during the Myriad Flower Feast. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years have passed." Dongbua Shueing looked at the luxuriously dressed black-robed teenager. This black-robed teenager was the second prince of the Calm Sea Prefecture Master's long clan. He was also the host of that banquet which had caused enmity between Dongbua Shueing and the venomous Ing world deity. "Brother Dongbua, you can just call me Long Yu." In front of Brother Dongbua, how would I dare to address myself as Your Highness? Long Yu hurriedly said. Although he was favored by the prefecture master, he had remained a stage 1 world deity for many years. He had relied on his connections to maintain his influence, while Dongbua Shueing had relied on his personal strength. Even the Calm Sea Prefecture Master did not dare to slight him. So how could Long Yu dare to be disrespectful? Furthermore, Long Yu was feeling rather complicated. During the banquet, Dongbua Shueing had only been a deity, at least on the surface. In the blink of an eye, his status had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation, to the point where he was now ranked within the top 3 of the Calm Sea Prefecture. "I've only come today to help introduce you." Long Yu smiled at the green-robed man beside him. "This is Mao Shao, a subordinate of my father's good friend, Monarch Songyong." World deity Mao Shao. Dongbu Shui Ing nodded. The green-robed man humbly said, "This Mao Shao has come under orders, but I've never met your highness before. I hope that your highness can introduce me." Under orders? Dongbu Shuiing was astonished. Sitting beside Dongbu Shuiing, Jing Qiu was also looking down curiously. "You came under orders from Monarch Songyong?" asked Jing Qiu, who was sitting beside Dongbu Shuiing, curiously. "Yes, I have come here on the orders of the monarch," said the green-robed man. A large amount of information regarding Monarch Songyong immediately surfaced in Dongbu Shuiying's mind. Monarch Songyong was also a stage 4 world deity. However, he was different from Monarch Mo Shui, who had lived for far too long and could have his true deity heart crumble at any moment. Monarch Songyong was still very young and had friends from all over the world. Such a young stage 4 world deity was something most powers would not be willing to offend. This was because they could still live for a long time, and their chances of becoming almighty beings were greater. People like Monarch Mo Shui and the calm Xi Prefecture Master might be able to grow stronger with time, but their potential had long since been exhausted. The chances of them becoming powerful existences were extremely slim. I have never met Monarch Songyong before, so why did he send you here to see me? Dongbu Shuiing asked. Monarch Songyong originally wanted to come personally. However, he is currently tied up by some matters, so he is unable to come. I hope that your highness can forgive me. The green-robed man lowered his posture. I have indeed come here to trouble your highness with something. Please speak. Dongbu Shuiing lifted his wine cup and took a sip. The green-robed man said, "There is a stage 2 world deity by the name of World Deity Shang Yi. He has a grudge against my monarch. Monarch Songyong has never forgotten this grudge. However, World Deity Shang Yi carries a treasure that can confuse space-time, making it very difficult to track him down. However, Monarch Songyong still spared no effort to use karma to track him down. In the end, he still managed to find this World Deity Shang Yi." Long Yu, who was standing to the side, exclaimed, "Using karma to track him down? It seems that Monarch Songyong hates this World Deity Shang Yi to the core." "Yes," the green-robed man nodded. "We found World Deity Shang Yi's whereabouts, so we came to see your highness, Dongbu. See me? I don't know any World Deity Shang Yi," Dongbu Shuiing said. World Deity Shang Yi knows that Monarch Songyong is incomparably furious, so he has been extremely careful in hiding his tracks. He has long since changed his appearance, using the pseudonym of Bai Li Shang to seek refuge under your highness's tutelage, becoming one of the commanders of your highness's personal guard, the green-robed man said. Commander Bai Li? The expressions of both Dongbu Shuiing and Jing Qiu changed slightly. The commander of his personal guard had a grudge against Monarch Songyong? If he had sought refuge under some other power, we would have long since made our move. However, since he has sought refuge under your highness, we naturally have to inform your highness first, the green-robed man said. Our monarch Songyong has been searching for enemies for tens of thousands of years. In the end, he even used karma to find him. We hope that your highness can make things convenient and expel him from your personal guard. Making a move against the commander of Dongbu Shuiing's personal guard was the same as slapping Dongbu Shuiing's face. Even Monarch Songyong would have to think twice before making such a move. After all, Monarch Songyong still did not know who possessed the relic. Had he known that it was with Bai Li Shang, he would have long since disregarded everything else. I wonder what kind of grudge the Monarch Songyong has against Bai Li Shang, Dongbu Shuiing said with a frown. This is a personal grudge, and the Monarch Songyong did not tell me about it, the green-robed man said. However, the Monarch Songyong's killing intent is extremely strong, and he is willing to pay any price to kill Shang Yi. Furthermore, Shang Yi's feelings for your highness aren't sincere. He intentionally used a fake name and submitted to your highness in order to preserve his life. Dongbua Shuai Ing frowned. Even if he used a fake name, he has been diligent and conscientious as the commander of the personal guard for the past 30,000 years. He has never made any mistakes. Your Highness, you only need to expel him from your personal guard, the green-robed man said. Our monarch will naturally remember your Highness's favor and will definitely repay it in the future. Dongbua Shuai Ing shook his head. Bai Li Shang is a stage 2 world deity, while your monarch is an overlord. Did he form a grudge with your monarch? How did they form a grudge? The monarch did not say. The green-robed man felt helpless. If you clearly explain the grudge between the two sides, I will look for Commander Bai Li to interrogate him. If there is no mistake and he is indeed a treacherous person, I will expel him from my personal guard. Dongbua Shuai Ing said indifferently. But if Commander Bai Li is innocent and has always been pursued, and he is innocent, how can I just watch him die? The green-robed man's expression changed. He was just a commander under him. After so many years, Dongbua Shuai Ing had 4 commanders under him, as well as a few mercenaries and more than 10 stage 2 world deities. Was there really a need for him to go against his own master, Monarch Songyong, for a mere stage 2 world deity? Your Highness, are you not willing to expel him from your personal guard? The green-robed man frowned. Are you forcing me? Dongbua Shuai Ing's gaze turned cold. The green-robed man said in a low voice, I am not forcing you, Your Highness. It is just that my monarch will definitely not spare that world deity Shang-Yi. But no one can touch my people. Dongbua Shuai Ing said coldly. Men, send our guest off. Please. The 2 world deity guards outside the palace immediately shouted. They felt delighted. His Highness was protecting his subordinates, which naturally made them feel comfortable. The green-robed man's expression turned ugly as he stood up. There's no need. There's no need. Let's just talk things out, Long Yu said from the side. Long Yu, this has nothing to do with you. Dongbua Shuai Ing glanced at the green-robed man. Talk things out with me, and I will give you face. You want to use Monarch Songyong to pressure me? What a joke! The green-robed man suppressed his anger, cupped his hands, and turned to leave. Long Yu also explained, Brother Dongbua, I was just introducing you. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. However, Brother Dongbua, you must be careful. From the looks of it, Monarch Songyong's desire to kill your subordinate, Commander Bai Li, is quite heavy. I'm afraid that the enmity between them is not small. Thank you, Dongbua Shuai Ing said with a smile, even though he had treated the green-robed man coldly. I'll take my leave as well. Long Yu immediately chased after him. Inside the hall, Dongbua Shuai Ing frowned. Jing Qiu, Monarch Songyong, is a stage 4 world deity, an overlord of the deity world. He has enmity with Bai Li Shang, and he's not even willing to talk about it? If he makes up a story, it'll be easily seen through, Jing Qiu said. If he doesn't want to talk about it, he probably has other secrets that he doesn't want to make public. Furthermore, stage 4 world deities have extraordinary foresight and temperament, so there's no need for them to bicker with a weakling. Monarch Songyong has 3 children, and I've never heard of any of them being in danger. For the time being, I can't think of any reason for the enmity between the 2 of them. Dongbua Shuai Ing nodded. This was also something that puzzled him. Without understanding the enmity between the 2 of them, how could he possibly send his subordinate to his death? By expelling Bai Li Shang from his personal guard, he was basically sending him to his death. Men, Dongbua Shuai Ing said. Your Highness, the guards outside acknowledged the order. Tell Commander Bai Li to come see me, Dongbua Shuai Ing ordered. Chapter 518. Bai Li Shang was currently in the cultivation room, pondering over the black sphere in his hand. The uneven patterns on the black sphere were emitting light, illuminating the surroundings. How do I break it? What exactly is the secret? Bai Li Shang was racking his brains. He was clear that this was his greatest harvest, his most important fortuitous encounter. If he could unravel the secret within, his fate would most likely be different. It was just that with the relic in his hand, Bai Li Shang could not unravel it. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Commander Bai Li, Commander Bai Li, this cultivation room array could transmit sounds from the outside, but not from within. Amen? Bai Li Shang frowned. He immediately kept the black sphere in the wooden box before opening the stone door and exiting the cultivation room. What's going on? Didn't I say not to disturb me if there's nothing important? Bai Li Shang swept his gaze around and immediately saw a world deity guard outside. He could recognize that this world deity guard was usually in charge of guarding the hall. The world deity guard chuckled. Commander Bai Li, His Highness has ordered for you to meet him immediately. His Highness? Bai Li Shang was startled. All right, I'll head over now. Bai Li Shang rushed towards the hall with a confused look on his face. He had been under Dongbua Shui-ing for so many years, and he had never been forcefully summoned to meet him while he was in closed-door cultivation. After all, after dealing with the venomous Ing world deity, no one dared to offend the supervisor envoy residence. The supervisor envoy residence had always been peaceful. He entered the hall. Bai Li Shang saw Dongbua Shuang and Yu Jingqiu seated on the main seats. Greetings to His Highness and Madam, Bai Li Shang said respectfully. Commander Bai Li, should I address you as World Deity Shang-Yi? Dongbua Shuang suddenly said. Bai Li Shang was startled. Shang-Yi? Was he discovered? Was he exposed? The relic was still with him. Would this Dongbua Shuang snatch it away? As soon as his identity was exposed, his expression changed. He looked at Dongbua Shuang with a hint of panic in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Dongbua Shuang's strength far surpasses mine, and this is the supervisor manor, his territory. The mansion was also reinforced by countless arrays. In front of him, I had no way of fighting back. Let him do whatever he wants. My life and death are already in his hands. If that's the case, what's the point of being anxious? Bai Li Shang understood that there was no point in struggling. Hence, he stopped struggling. Soon after, he understood. No one knows that I have the relic. If he really knew that I have the relic, he would have attacked me long ago. They don't know how to talk nonsense. Shock, anger, panic, powerlessness, calmness, and rationality. All of this happened extremely quickly. Does His Highness know about it? Bai Li Shang raised his head and asked. Yeah. Dongbua Shuang nodded. You should just tell me honestly. Bai Li Shang was certain that Dongbua Shuang did not know. Furthermore, he would not reveal his most important secret until the very last moment. He immediately asked, Your Highness, how did you know my identity? Did Monarch Songyong send someone over? Bai Li Shang was also very intelligent, so he immediately made a guess. What kind of enmity do you have with Monarch Songyong? Shuang asked. Just now, Bai Li Shang's sudden panic had caused both him and Jingqiu to feel a strand of suspicion. I'm just a weak world deity. How could I have the qualifications to offend Monarch Songyong? Monarch Songyong is simply too vicious and merciless, Bai Li Shang said helplessly. He captured a group of world deities like me and forced us to enter a relic to our deaths. After the relic collapsed, many of the world deities fled in all directions. I also took the opportunity to escape, and only then did I regain my freedom. However, I never expected that Monarch Songyong would still chase after me. Your Highness, Your Highness! Bai Li Shang looked at Dongbua Shuang and pleaded. Please protect my life, Your Highness. Without Your Highness's protection, I'm afraid that I will die without a doubt. Dongbua Shuang and Jingqiu exchanged glances. Relic? The deity world is vast, and there are many world deities. If you all escaped, then so be it. Why would he go all out to use karma to track you all down? Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. What do you all have that he would go all out to chase after you? Karma. Only now did Bai Li Shang understand how Monarch Songyong was pursuing them. Karma was a very mysterious thing. Even powerful existences who had transcended the river of time and become truly eternal could still produce karma. For example, when Dongbua Shui-ing and the others called out the names of powerful existences, the powerful existences would be able to sense it through karma. It was also because of their realm that they could be so sensitive to karma. Ordinary stage, for world deities who had yet to transcend, would not be able to sense karma to such a degree. Let me ask you something. What do you all have that he would chase after you all? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. Bai Li Shang's heart tightened. I'm not too sure about that, Bai Li Shang said helplessly. My guess is that it's because we know his secret. Secret? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. That relic. Bai Li Shang waved his hand, causing a complicated diagram to appear in midair. This is a star chart that records the location of the relic. Originally, we did not know where it was. It was only after the relic collapsed and we escaped that we found out its exact location. Although the relic has collapsed, it is still very large. My guess is that there are some things that cannot be revealed. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at Bai Li Shang. Just because of the relic? I can't think of any other reason, Bai Li Shang replied. Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded his head lightly, then instructed, Commander Bai Li, from today onwards, you will stay in the Supervisor Envoy's residence. Monarch Songyong's subordinates are keeping watch outside. If you go out, you might die at any moment. Bai Li Shang was panicking. If you have a clone, it would be best for you to separate from your main body, Dongbua Shui-ing instructed. What is this Dongbua Shui-ing trying to do? Does he know that my clone is here as well? Bai Li Shang thought to himself. His main body and clone were both in the Supervisor Envoy's residence, because he only had one treasure that could distort space. With this treasure, he was confident that he could conceal himself. If his clone were to be captured by Monarch Songyong had plenty of ways to make it impossible for him to even commit suicide. He even had the means to search through his memories. Thank you, Your Highness. I will be careful, Bai Li Shang replied. Go, Dongbua Shui-ing said. Bai Li Shang respectfully retreated. Only Dongbua Shui-ing and Yu Jingqiu were left in the hall. The relic he mentioned shouldn't be false. It's unlikely that he would make up such a story. However, he said too little about it. Although he did provide a star map, he didn't go into detail. Dongbua Shui-ing said with a frown. Jingqiu chuckled. You're overthinking things. It's not like you asked him in detail. Perhaps. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. However, Snow Eagle, you should have your personal guard increase their patrols. I don't think Monarch Songyong will give up so easily, Jingqiu said. In the deity world, in the vast Songyong Empire, this enormous empire had been single-handedly created by Monarch Songyong, so it was only natural that his authority would reach the heavens. His will was the will of this empire. This was also the reason why so many experts were unwilling to stay in the Bloodshed God Palace, the Temporal Island, or the Myriad God Palace. Depending on someone else meant that they would have to abide by the rules and restrictions. Even killing a Stage 3 world deity would have to be restricted. How troublesome would that be? Monarch. The green-robed world deity, Mao Shao, respectfully bowed. There was a tall figure sitting on the high and mighty white throne. There were huge bone spurs protruding from his back, and a row of bones formed a fan behind him. His head was completely bald, and there was not a single strand of hair on his face. His eyes were filled with indifference. From his appearance, it was easy to tell that he was not of human origin. Dongbua Shui-ing is determined to protect his personal guard. He said that if he doesn't clarify the enmity between us and world deity Shang-Yi, or if he doesn't confirm the truth, he won't expel him, the green-robed man respectfully said. This Dongbua Shui-ing. Monarch Songyong's slender fingers lightly stroked the armrest of his throne. He's currently in high spirits, so how could he not protect his personal guard? However, since I've already mentioned it in advance, I've already given him face. Since he refuses, he can't blame me. World deity Shintu. Hua! A figure walked out from the void to the side. He was wrapped in a black robe, and even his facial features were blurry. World deity Shintu. Dongbua Shui-ing is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that sending other world deities might not be enough, so I'll let you act, Monarch Songyong calmly said. I have no intention of becoming enemies with Dongbua Shui-ing, so you can act in secret and kill Shang-Yi. Yes, the black-robed man respectfully replied. Chapter 519. What do I do if Monarch Songyong comes looking for me? After returning to his cave residence, Bai Li Shang dismissed his attendants. Monarch Songyong is vicious and merciless. He's already found Dongbua Shui-ing. He probably doesn't want to offend Dongbua Shui-ing, which is why he decided to meet him. Fortunately, Dongbua Shui-ing didn't agree so easily. But with Monarch Songyong keeping an eye on me, what can I do? And I still have to be careful of Dongbua Shui-ing. If he notices that something is wrong, he might make a move on me, Bai Li Shang thought. He was afraid of Monarch Songyong, and also afraid of Dongbua Shui-ing stealing the treasure. Damn it! I've been hiding so carefully, but Monarch Songyong still chased after me. Bai Li Shang was furious, and even now, I haven't been able to uncover the mysteries of the relic. Days passed. Bai Li Shang was also very cautious, almost never leaving his cave residence. Even if he did, it would be within the supervisor envoy's residence. Not to mention him, even Dongbua Shui-ing had sent his personal guards to strengthen their patrols and investigations, but they still couldn't find Monarch Songyong's men. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. The commander has been acting strange recently. He's either in seclusion or alone. Even we aren't allowed to approach him. The two maids secretly discussed with each other through voice transmissions. Not far away, there was another red-robed maid watching silently. This red-robed maid turned around and walked to a dark corner. At this time, a shadowy mist began to seep out from her pores, mouth, and nose. This gray mist flashed and seeped into the shadows of the corridor, disappearing without a trace. The shadow deity heart. On the surface, it was only a grade 2 deity heart, but it was very famous. This was because the Bloodblade, who was publicly recognized as the strongest in head-on combat in the deity world, was most famous for its 3 major techniques: Shadow, Destruction, and Bloodblade. The Shadow technique made Bloodblade extremely proficient in assassination, and it was known as the #1 assassin in both the deity world and the Dark Abyss. Because of this, Bloodblade had built countless Bloodblade taverns to serve assassins. Since the Bloodblade had reached an unimaginable level in Shadow, he naturally had a secret technique that he could pass on to others. It was just that it was very difficult to cultivate. The reason why world deity Shintu had been sent to carry out the assassination was because he had cultivated the world deity grade secret technique, Boundless Shadow, to an extremely high level and had become a super assassin. Goo goo goo. In the hall, Bai Li Shang picked up the wine pot and drank a few mouthfuls. His eyes were filled with hostility. His clone was hiding in the quiet room, but his main body was here. The surrounding space was distorted, making it difficult to probe. When will these days end? Bai Li Shang's eyes were filled with anger. Let's wait and endure. If Dongbua Shui-ing becomes stronger and is able to fight against stage 4 world deities, then we will have to wait and see. I'm afraid I don't have to worry. After all, even if Monarch Songyong personally comes, Dongbua Shui-ing will still be in his own territory. The arrays of the entire Eastern Region city will be supporting him, and he will definitely be able to fight against Monarch Songyong. However, the current Dongbua Shui-ing is still too weak. He can't fight against Monarch Songyong. Bai Li Shang continued to ponder, but he was unable to come up with any good ideas. Actually, there were other ways. For example, if he offered the relic to Dongbu Shuang, Dongbu Shuang would most likely do his best to help him. For example, he could even send him to live in the bloodshed God Palace. As long as he stayed in the territory of the God Emperor, he would be absolutely safe. However, Bai Li Shang was unwilling to do so. After all, this relic was the greatest opportunity of his life. I'll just have to wait. Dongbu Shuang's combat power is growing very quickly, Bai Li Shang thought. Phew! Suddenly, a gray fog began to appear in the shadows cast by the distant sunlight. It rapidly condensed into the shape of a person wearing a black robe. Bai Li Shang was so frightened that his face paled. He immediately recognized who it was. Shintu. World deity Shintu was Monarch Songyang's most ferocious lackey who specialized in assassination. He's in your hands, right? A pair of green eyes stared at Bai Li Shang from beneath the black robe. Bai Li Shang panicked. Your Highness, save me! Save me! Hua! A black-robed figure appeared behind Bai Li Shang, one in front of the other behind him. At the same time, a demonic green light lit up. It was so fast that it instantly enveloped Bai Li Shang's body. In front of world deity Shintu, Bai Li Shang was completely powerless. It was similar to how Dongbu Shuang had been extremely weak in front of the stage 3 great demon god of the dark abyss when he cultivated the sealed world pagoda secret technique. It was only because the other party had his deity heart and world deity energy sealed that he was trapped and unable to escape that world deity Shintu had succeeded in killing him. In a head-on battle, world deity Shintu would have died in 2 or 3 moves. Bai Li Shang was even weaker than Dongbu Shuang. Furthermore, world deity Shintu specialized in assassinations. Every move he made was extremely ruthless. Chi. After Bai Li Shang's body was slashed by the demonic green light, the green light completely enveloped him, causing his body to rapidly disintegrate. Dongbu Shuang, who was pondering the laws of heaven and earth and researching the extremity deity heart, suddenly received a message from his communication treasure. Your Highness, save me! Save me! What? Dongbu Shuang was shocked. It's Bai Li Shang. Could it be that Monarch Songyang's men have already infiltrated my supervisor envoy residence? The supervisor envoy residence was heavily guarded. There were personal guards patrolling the area, as well as arrays. Outsiders would normally be discovered. It was very difficult to avoid the arrays. However, there were countless secret techniques in the deity world, and there were all sorts of different methods. World deity Shintu's shadow clone had infiltrated the body of the maid, becoming one with her as he stealthily entered the residence. The arrays of the supervisor envoy residence could not detect him at all. Boom! Dongbu Shuang did not have the time to be shocked. He immediately rushed out of the underground hall. Within Bai Li Shang's cave residence, within his meditation room, Bai Li Shang's other clone was there. His face was filled with anxiety, and he did not dare to move. World deity Shintu. It's actually world deity Shintu. He's too powerful. I'm not his match at all. Dongbu Shuang, hurry up and come. This is your territory. I've already become your disciple, so why aren't you here yet? Hurry up. Hua, within the meditation room, a shadowy figure condensed on the ground. Furthermore, it was not just one. There were dozens of shadowy figures in the vast meditation room, scattered in all directions. Shadows are everywhere. As soon as I entered your cave residence, I discovered your 2 bodies. Although the monarch said that through karma, both of your bodies were in the supervisor envoy residence, I did not expect you to be in the same cave residence. This makes things much easier for me. The dozens of black-robed figures spoke at the same time, their voices ringing in Bai Li Shang's mind. Bai Li Shang clutched his head in pain. It was too painful. Even his true deity heart was being tortured. A shadowy mist was currently surrounding his head. His face, eyes, nose, and mouth were all covered by the shadowy mist. Speak. Are the items with you? If you speak, you won't have to suffer. The shadowy mist's voice resounded in Bai Li Shang's mind. No, they're not. Bai Li Shang's mind responded anxiously. Amen. Within the meditation room, the dozens of black-robed figures raised their heads at the same time. His shadow covered every corner of the cave residence. When Dongbua Shuang charged over, he naturally noticed it. You actually let Dongbua Shuang come over? Humph. You're courting death. Following a cold snort of anger. No, Bai Li Shang was terrified. Pow! Bai Li Shang's body suddenly exploded and turned into ashes. Meanwhile, a shadowy mist enveloped all of Bai Li Shang's belongings and quickly escaped. Chapter 520. Dongbua Shuang immediately rushed out of his cultivation area and soared into the sky. With a flash, he appeared right above Commander Bai Li Shang's cave dwelling. Many of the maids in the vicinity, as well as the personal guards patrolling in the distance, stared at Dongbua Shuang in bewilderment. Why had their prince suddenly appeared in Commander Bai Li's cave dwelling? Stay here! Dongbua Shuang bellowed. His voice reverberated throughout the entire supervisor envoy residence. Ha ha ha! Your Highness Dongbua, I have no other intentions in coming to your residence, nor do I have any intention of offending you. I'll be leaving right now. Please forgive me. Another cold and sinister voice resounded through the sky, and a shadowy mist instantly shot out of Commander Bai Li Shang's cave dwelling and soared into the sky. At this time, the supervisor envoy residence was in an uproar. Jing Qiu, Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, and the others also came out to watch the scene from afar. However, no one else could help. Just the time it took for the personal guards to gather and surround the enemy was more than enough for the enemy to escape. Monarch Songyong actually sent someone to infiltrate my residence and assassinate the commander of my personal guards. Dongbua Shuang was also filled with rage. This assassin who specializes in the shadows should be World Deity Shin Tu, Monarch Songyong's subordinate. Dongbua Shuang thought. He was familiar with all the famous powers in the deity world. Monarch Songyong had a total of 12 stage 3 world deities under his command, and World Deity Shin Tu was famous for his assassination and slaughter. His strength was ranked in the top 3 of Monarch Songyong's subordinates. His actions are truly fast. It has only been a blink of an eye since I rushed out, and Commander Bai Li has already died. He is indeed good at assassination. Shuang's communication treasure, Bai Li Shang, who was originally asking for help, had already quietened down forever. Don't even think about leaving today. Dongbua Shuang's eyes were filled with coldness. World Deity Shin Tu was currently fleeing at high speed. Not good. The entire Supervisor Envoy Mansion's array has been activated. After being reinforced by the Supervisor Envoys of the past, I can no longer use the boundless domain within the vicinity of the Supervisor Envoy Mansion. We have to rush out of the Supervisor's manor. Successive inspectors continued to strengthen the system, although the method he used to sneak in was very coincidental, merging with the maid's body and avoiding the detection of the Supervisor's mansion. However, the more common infinite domain could not be used at all. Similarly, Dongbua Shuang's world incarnation was also unable to break the formation. However, Dongbua Shuang was the one controlling the formation of the supervisor residence. If he suppressed his opponent, he naturally wouldn't suppress himself. Shua. Dongbua Shuang instantly appeared above world deity Shin Tuesday. He stared coldly at the shadowy figure and shouted, "Shin Tu, are you still trying to escape?" "I didn't mean to offend you." A voice came from the shadowy figure. At the same time, the shadowy figure instantly split into tens of thousands of shadowy figures that flew in different directions. Dongbua Shuang frowned. He only had a maximum of 9 world bodies. Of course, he could create countless weaker illusory bodies. However, those illusory bodies were too weak and would probably not be able to withstand his attacks. Dang, 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 countless white chains rapidly flew out. All of them were condensed from luminous sun force. Moreover, the white chains flew at an extremely fast speed, as fast as light. If Dongbua Shuai-ing were to fly by himself, he would be able to reach a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second with his current strength. However, compared to the speed of light, it was still a huge distance away. Countless dazzling white chains instantly flew out in all directions. Their speed was even faster than that of the shadowy figures. Domain type secret skill? Humph. The boundless deity heart specializes in survival. Any one of them can be an illusory body, and any one of them can be the real body. Do you think you can trap me with such a large-scale domain-type secret skill? World deity Shintu was very disdainful. Domain-type secret skills had a large area of effect and posed a much smaller threat to an individual. World prison. Dongbua Shuai-ing coldly watched everything. Countless thin chains had already spread out for millions of kilometers, binding and binding every single shadow. All of the other shadows dissipated. One of the shadows began to solidify. How is this possible? This shadow had completely transformed into a black-robed man. His green eyes were filled with shock, and he struggled with all his might. With a pung, he shattered the countless white chains binding him. He looked at the distant Dongbua Shuai-ing in disbelief. Aside from being an expert in assassination, I can be considered top-notch even amongst stage 3 world deities in direct combat. I was actually nearly unable to break free. Dongbua Shuai-ing's domain-type secret skill is even stronger than the White Sand City, Lord's Annihilation, White Sand. The black-robed man was shocked and furious. Hua! 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 Countless white chains covered the sky and earth as they frenziedly attacked the black-robed man. The black-robed man immediately did his best to resist. For a moment, the surrounding bewitching green blade lights lit up, slashing the white chains into pieces. However, the black-robed man was clearly having a hard time escaping. The chains were so dense that they often wrapped around his body, forcing him to struggle free time and time again. His black robes were sent flying, revealing his true appearance. He had an ugly face, grayish-white skin, and a pair of eyes that glowed green. He looked extremely ugly and evil. "Your Highness, Dongbua!" World deity Shin-Tu hurriedly shouted. "My monarch does not wish to become enemies with your Highness, Dongbua. There is no need for us to fight each other. This time, I have truly offended your Highness, Dongbua, and I hereby apologize to your Highness. My monarch will also send you a gift after this matter is over to resolve this small conflict between our two families." Small conflict? Dongbua Shuai-ing took a step forward and appeared right in front of world deity Shin-Tuesday. He looked at world deity Shin-Tu and said, "You sent your subordinates to infiltrate my residence and kill the commander of my personal guard. And you're still talking about a small conflict? Do you think that I, Dongbua Shuai-ing, am that easy to bully?" World deity Shin-Tu felt bitter in his heart. In the monarch's heart, offending Dongbua Shuai-ing was nothing much. It wasn't a big deal at all. After all, there were many talented world deities throughout history, but most of them eventually stopped at the stage for world deity realm. To take that final step and become a powerful existence was simply too rare. Just by looking at the number of powerful existences in the deity world over the years, one would be able to tell. It seems things have gotten a little troublesome. Who would have thought that other than the supervisor envoy residences arrays, Dongbua Shuai-ing's domain-related secret skill would also be so powerful? Even I was nearly unable to break free from it. World deity Shin-Tu felt apprehensive. Under such a domain-related secret skill, he would only be able to display 20 to 30% of his strength. It was impossible for him to be Dongbua Shui Ying's opponent. How could he be so powerful? If his domain-related secret skill was so powerful, how could he have allowed the venomous Ing-world deity to escape back then? World deity, Shen Tu thought. According to the published intelligence, venomous Ing had escaped together with Dong Xiao in the nest of myriad devils, and Dongbua Shuiying's domain-related secret skill had been unable to stop them. World deity Shen Tu was extremely confident in his own strength. Since even the venomous Ing, who was weaker in close combat, was able to break his domain-related secret skill, he believed that Dongbua Shuiying's domain-related secret skill would not affect him more than 30%. But he was wrong. Dongbua Shuiying's strength had far surpassed his expectations. What he did not know, however, was that after 30,000 years, Dongbua Shuiying, who had only been at the third revolution of his luminous sun, had now reached the fourth revolution. If he could be said to be the strongest amongst stage 3 world deities in the past, then he was currently invincible amongst stage 3 world deities. In front of a weaker stage 4 world deity, he would most likely be able to withstand 2 or 3 moves. This was the luminous sun force at the grand completion of the fourth revolution. Even the domain-related secret skill he displayed was abnormally terrifying. No. We've never felt that your highness is easy to bully. It's just that this world deity Shang-Yi has offended our monarch, and our monarch is determined to kill him. He's even sent an emissary over, but they were unable to come to an agreement. We could only resort to this method. World deity Shen Tu said hurriedly. His voice was somewhat hoarse. This time, it was indeed our side's fault. What's done is done, and there's no point in regretting it. Our monarch isn't willing to become enemies with your highness. So if your highness has any dissatisfaction, please state your conditions. Anything can be discussed. Chapter 521. Monarch Songyong had not mentioned beforehand how much he was willing to compensate. This was the excuse world deity Shen Tu gave in order to plead for a better outcome. He was clear that Shui Ying's combat power had far surpassed his expectations. Although he was also adept at escaping, under the restrictions of the supervisor envoy's mansion's arrays and the terrifying domain secret skill, there was no way for him to escape. As such, he naturally began to think of ways to beg for mercy. After all, if he were to die in battle, even though this was only his body, he still had many treasures on him. If he were to die, his blood-refined divine weapon and many other treasures would all be gone. Moreover, he would have to cultivate his clone from the very beginning. Just the large amount of energy required to develop his inner world would be a huge expense. Thus, no matter what, he had to save his own life first. World deity Shen Tu squeezed out a smile on his ugly, ashen face. Your Highness, please state your conditions. My true body is by the monarch's side, so I can report this matter to him. Your Highness, your future is limitless, while my monarch has only cultivated for a short period of time to reach stage 4. Both your Highness and my monarch are destined to become overlords of our deity realm. Why should we form a grudge over such a trivial matter? If Monarch Songyong could make amends so easily, would he have dared to send you into my residence and kill my personal guard commander? Dongbua Shuiying sneered. You're just making things up. I'm not making things up. Your Highness, please state your conditions. I will help you pass on the message, and I can even temporarily stay in your Highness's residence. Once my monarch sends an apology, you can let me go, World Deity Shen Tu said. Since he could not escape, temporarily staying in the supervisor envoy's mansion was not a big deal. Dongbua Shuiying softly said, I'm guessing that you're saying all this to save your life. However, your monarch Songyong was too arrogant this time, completely disregarding me. Today, he dared to send someone to infiltrate my residence and kill my personal guard commander. Tomorrow, he'll probably send someone to infiltrate my residence and kill my family. The assassination had been carried out right under his nose. This caused Dongbua Shuiying's heart to palpitate. Clearly, in the eyes of those overlord-level existences, even if they gave Dongbua Shui-ing some face, they could still fall out with him at any moment. After all, even though his master was the Blood Blade, God Emperor would not lower himself to act just because his disciples suffered a setback. This was impossible. Among the Almighties, there were very, very few who truly protected their own. In the entire bloodshed God Palace territory, there were only 2 people who were extremely protective of their people: Forefather Fierce Tyrant and Monarch Mother Whirlpool. When other Almighties nurtured their disciples, they allowed their disciples to fight and kill outside. If they died, they could only blame themselves for not being as skilled as others. Only with enough tempering could true experts be nurtured. If they were forever sheltered, they would never be able to truly rise. I wouldn't dare. World Deity Shin too hurriedly said, "My true body has already gone to meet the monarch and inform him of this matter so that he can make a decision." Oh, Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. His eyes were still filled with coldness. World Deity Shin Tu's true body had indeed gone to meet the monarch. Monarch Songyong's lofty figure sat on the throne, a row of huge bone spurs protruding from the back of his neck. His indifferent eyes looked down at the black-robed man kneeling before him. "Your clone couldn't escape? It seems that Dongbua Shui-ing's combat power is truly formidable. His Majesty God Emperor is truly extravagant. Powerful existences have risked their lives to obtain this treasure. Yet he casually gave it to a brat. Monarch, what should we do now?" World Deity Shin Tu hurriedly asked. "First, confirm whether or not World Deity Shang-Yi has obtained the relic," Monarch Songyong indifferently said. "As for the rest, I'll leave it to you. Remember, do not embarrass me." Monarch Songyong understood that this subordinate of his wanted to protect his clone, so he spoke vaguely. "Yes," World Deity Shin Tu respectfully replied. High up in the sky above the supervisor envoy's residence, under the watchful gazes of a large number of his personal guards, the various deities of the Xia people, Jingqiu, Dongbuyu, Dongbuqinyao, and the others, the black-robed World Deity Shin Tu, who was shackled by countless white chains, was extremely nervous. At the same time, he followed the monarch's orders and checked the items left behind by World Deity Shang. Since World Deity Shang was already dead, those items could be easily checked. This is... Upon checking, the black-robed man discovered a wooden box within World Deity Shang Yi's storage treasure. Inside the wooden box was a black sphere. The black sphere was covered with complicated, bumpy patterns. This black sphere stunned World Deity Shin Tu for a moment. This was because he had long since seen the painting of this black sphere. Monarch Songyong had shown it to them before. He had ordered them to chase after the fleeing world deities and search for the black sphere among the items left behind by them. The moment they found it, they were to immediately bring it back. The relic is actually with World Deity Shang-Yi. The black-robed man was both excited and nervous. He was excited because, with the relic, he could make any promise he wanted. He believed that Monarch Songyong would not blame him. However, what made him nervous was that he was afraid that Dongbua Shui-ing would kill him. If Dongbua Shui-ing were to kill his avatar, not only would he lose his avatar, he would also lose the relic. As a capable subordinate of the monarch, he was very clear on how much the monarch had paid for the relic. If the relic were to fall into Dongbua Shui-ing's hands, it would be too difficult to get it back. Dongbua Shui-ing was not as easy to deal with as World Deity Shang-Yi was. Your Highness, Your Highness." World Deity Shin Tu looked at Dongbua Shui-ing and squeezed out a smile. "I have already reported this matter to the monarch, and he reprimanded me, saying that I didn't do it cleanly enough. Originally, the monarch had already made preparations. He knew that Your Highness would not agree to it, but the monarch still wanted to kill Shang-Yi. Thus, he took the risk and sent me over to secretly deal with Shang-Yi. Afterwards, he sent an envoy to discuss this matter. After all, Your Highness has a boundless future ahead of you. How could the monarch be willing to form a grudge with your Highness? It's just that I didn't expect your Highness to be so powerful. Although I specialize in concealment, assassination, and escaping, I wasn't able to escape in the end. World Deity Shin too hurriedly said, Our monarch heard that your Highness is searching for demon bone ash, and he is willing to offer you 5 kilograms of demon bone ash. Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. No matter how angry he was previously, he was now somewhat shocked. 5 kilograms of demon bone ash? After he became the supervisor, he had sent Shiwei to search for demon bone ash. Even after 30,000 years, he had only managed to buy 1.5 kilograms of demon bone ash. Demon bone ash was extremely precious and rare. Your monarch is able to take out 5 kilograms of demon bone ash? Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. He can. The monarch said it himself. World Deity Shin Tu hurriedly said. He was lying through his teeth. He didn't know whether the monarch had demon bone ash or not. All he knew was that Dongbua Shui-ing had been searching for demon bone ash for a long time. There were indeed some powers that gave Dongbua Shui-ing face and sold him some demon bone ash. As long as he could stall for time, as long as he could protect the ruins and deliver the treasure to the monarch, his mission would be a success. 5 kilograms of demon bone ash. Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. I heard from Bai Li Shang that a large number of world deities escaped from the ruins. Do you mean to compensate with 5 kilograms of demon bone ash for every world deity you kill? Can your monarch even afford it? Stage 4 world deities were indeed much wealthier, but 5 kilograms of demon bone ash was worth more than 500 million deity crystals. Monarch Songyong was also considered young, unlike Monarch Mo Shui, who had lived for a very long time. How much wealth could he possibly have? How could he compensate so much just to kill a stage 2 world deity? Isn't it because of your Highness? I only need to compensate you, World Deity Shin Tu said. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. World Deity Shin Tu, I don't believe you. So I'll have to ask you to die. Boom! 9 Dongbua Shui-ing immediately appeared in the surroundings, each of them wielding a spear. For a moment, a world-destroying might surrounded World Deity Shin Tu and attacked him simultaneously with a spear, technique destruction. For a moment, the surroundings were plunged into darkness. World Deity Shin Tu revealed a look of terror. His body immediately turned into countless shadowy streams of air as he tried his best to escape. At the same time, his voice reverberated, I'm telling the truth. I don't believe you. Firstly, if Monarch Songyong was this sincere, then the emissary would not have been so arrogant when he came to negotiate. Secondly, I don't think that Monarch Songyong is that afraid of me. In order to resolve my anger, he's willing to give me 5 kilograms of demon bone ash. Thirdly, all of this was said by you and not by Monarch Songyong himself. I think that you're trying to stall for time in order to preserve your life. Fourthly, and the most important point, you killed the commander of my personal guard. Right now, my personal guard is watching, and even the countless deities of Eastern Region City are watching. If I let you go, how can I, Dongbua Shui-ing, convince the masses? Dongbua Shui-ing said coldly. Rumble, the area surrounded by World Deity Shin Tu collapsed into darkness. The shadowy streams of air scattered in all directions, but they were destroyed time and time again. It was extremely difficult to kill someone who cultivated the boundless deity heart. However, the difference in strength was just too great. World Deity Shin Tu was also heavily injured time and time again, causing his energy consumption to become more and more severe. My monarch will definitely send someone to apologize. No, my monarch has said that he will come personally. World Deity Shin Tu's voice reverberated throughout the area of darkness. I'll first kill this clone of yours. If your monarch is sincere, then send an emissary to apologize, Dongbua Shui-ing said. Shui-ing said, As soon as he finished speaking, world deity Shin Tu's remnant figure could no longer hold on any longer. Following the destruction of the final shadow stream, this avatar of world deity Shin Tu was finally exterminated. With a wave of his hand, Dongbui Shui-ing collected all the treasures left behind by world deity Shin Tuesday. He then took a step forward and traversed through space to the side of his wife and children. He felt that world deity Shin Tu's credibility was too low. Moreover, Monarch Songyong had given him a huge slap in the face. How could he let Shin Tu off just like that? Monarch Songyong sat on his throne and looked down at the black-robed figure. World deity Shin Tu hurriedly said, "Monarch, I tried everything I could to beg for mercy and made many promises. However, Dongbui Shui-ing still acted and destroyed my clone." "Made many promises? Tried everything you could to beg for mercy?" Monarch Songyong indifferently said, "I already told you not to embarrass me." No. World deity Shin Tu hurriedly said, "Monarch, you asked me to investigate the treasures left behind by world deity Shang-Yi. I discovered that the black sphere was exactly the same as the object in the painting scroll you showed us." "What?" Monarch Songyong abruptly stood up. A terrifying grayish-white aura surged out, and Monarch Songyong's eyes were filled with a terrifying, killing intent. Where's the relic? He had desired it for a very long time. For the sake of this relic, he was willing to give up everything else, including his blood-refined deity warrior and even his empire. This was also the reason why he had to use karma to investigate the whereabouts of so many world deities who had escaped. "My clone has been killed, and the relic has fallen into Dongbui Shui-ing's hands," world deity Shin Tu said. Chapter 5:22. The towering Monarch Songyong stood there, causing the world around him to tremble. He looked down at world deity Shin Tu and bellowed, "Scram!" "Yes, this subordinate will take his leave." World deity Shin Tu felt his heart palpitate as he hurriedly took his leave. Normally, he was the monarch's right-hand man, and the monarch would normally place great importance on him. Yet at this moment, he had actually said the word "scram." Clearly, Monarch Songyong was extremely furious. World deity Shin Tu did not find this strange in the slightest, as he was very clear on how much the monarch had paid for this. The relic has landed in the hands of Dongbui Shui-ing, and Dongbui Shui-ing probably won't be able to hold on to it for long. Monarch Songyong will definitely go all out. What empire subordinates authority? All of these were external things. For the sake of power, everything could be abandoned. Within the gloomy space, Monarch Songyong slowly sat down on his throne and let out a low chuckle. Ha ha ha. Although there have been some twists and turns and troubles, at the very least I found the relic. I originally thought that this relic didn't exist. Monarch Songyong's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. I only chased after those world deities who escaped because I was unwilling to give up. Who would have thought that world deity Shang would actually be able to take away the relic? Those fools. How could they possibly understand how precious this relic is? Even if it was left with them, they wouldn't be able to use it. If I were to obtain this relic, Songyong, would become much stronger. I would be ranked at the very top amongst stage for world deities, and I might even be able to fight against powerful existences. Monarch Songyong's eyes were filled with excitement. Fighting above one's level was extremely difficult. Stage 4 world deities would begin to comprehend other things by analogy and grasp many other grade 1 deity hearts. As a result, the gap between them and powerful existences was relatively small. This gave them hope of fighting against powerful existences. However, even though each and every one of them had tyrannical strength and were said to be close to powerful existences, even so, close was still somewhat lacking. Only those who had fought against powerful existences without being defeated. Only then could they be considered as truly powerful existences. Among stage 4 world deities, there would only be 1 in 10 of them. An old man like Monarch Emoshwe, who had lived for a very long time, had done it before. As for the other outstanding overlords, even though big senior brother Huiming had a great reputation and was ranked in the front amongst the stage for world deities, he was only known as almost comparable to an almighty, or almost comparable to an almighty. This was because big senior brother Huiming did not have the battle record of fighting against an almighty without being defeated. After all, almighties had lived for a long time and were not to be trifled with. Most of the peak stage for world deities could only flee for their lives in front of the almighties. It was very, very difficult to not be at a disadvantage. As long as I obtain this treasure, my strength will increase greatly. Secondly, I can also carefully comprehend it, and the possibility of transcending from the river of time will increase. Moreover, after my strength increases greatly, I can also rely on this to explore even more dangerous places. Monarch Songyong thought to himself, "This relic treasure is my greatest opportunity. We must get it. I'll kill whoever dares to stop me." Monarch Songyong's eyes were filled with coldness. Transcending, this was something every stage for world deity desired. They had all lived for billions of years and were willing to do anything for the sake of transcending. Dongbua Shuang? Monarch Songyong sneered. Although he's the personal disciple of God Emperor would never interfere in a normal fight. The temperament of Bloodblade was well known in the deity world and abyss. Even if I kill this body of Dongbua Shuang, he's still a lord of a material world, and his true body is still in the material world. In truth, he wouldn't truly die. God Emperor would have even less reason to act, Monarch Songyong thought to himself. However, there's no need to be too ruthless. This Dongbua Shuang will also become an overlord in the future. This time, I'll give him some face and not kill him. I'll directly capture him, seal his true deity heart, and seize his treasures. As for the other treasures, I'll just take the relic away. Monarch Songyong had already made up his mind. As long as he wasn't too ruthless, there was still room for negotiation in the future. If he were to kill Dongbua Shuang's avatar this time, the enmity between them would probably grow. I can be considered benevolent. If he insists on fighting, do you think I'll be afraid of him after I obtain the relic? Monarch Songyong sneered. At that time, he was confident that he could surpass realms to fight powerful existences. Prepare. I need to act quickly. I also need to set up an array to seal off a radius of 1 trillion kilometers. Even if the Calm Sea Prefecture Master comes to rescue me, I should be able to delay him for a bit. Monarch Songyong calculated. In truth, he was confident that he could deal with Dongbua Shuang in a single move. However, since the relic was involved, he could not be too careful. After all, he could not afford to lose. The relic had to be snatched back at all costs. Within the Calm Sea Prefecture, within the Supervisor Envoy's residence in East Region City. Your Highness, a group of subordinates rushed over. They were the commanders of Dongbua Shuang's personal guard, as well as many Stage 2 world deities. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. I was a step too slow. Commander Bai Li was assassinated by world deity Shintu, but his avatar was also destroyed by me. World deity Shintu? The commanders and guests were all inwardly shocked. That was a Stage 3 world deity who specialized in assassination and hiding. Yet he had been killed by His Highness just like that? Not even he had been able to escape? All right, you can all leave, Dongbua Shuang said. He was not in a good mood. Although he had killed one of the enemy's avatars, the commander of his personal guards was truly dead. Yes. Everyone quickly left. Even Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, and Qingyao were given a signal by his mother, Jingqiu. Only Jingqiu accompanied Dongbua Shuang. Snow Eagle, Monarch Songyong actually sent his subordinate into our residence to kill the commander of your personal guard. Is his killing intent that heavy? There's no need to think too much about it. "There's nothing we can do to Monarch Songyong," Dongbua Shuang said. "This time, I killed one of his subordinates to vent my anger. In the end, I'm the one who suffered a loss. After all, my subordinate commander was truly killed. I reckon that this matter will end here." "Yes," Jing Qiu nodded. "Based on their predictions, Bai Li Shang was dead, while World Deity Shintu had only lost a clone. There should not be any follow-up to this matter. Their predictions were not wrong. However, they did not expect that after World Deity Shintu's clone died, an extremely important treasure would fall into Dongbua Shuiying's hands. It was destined that Monarch Songyong would not let this matter rest. The two of them chatted as they walked. At the same time, Dongbua Shuiying split his attention to inspect the treasure he had obtained after killing World Deity Shin Tuesday originally. He had only done so casually. After all, with the treasures he had inherited from Crimson Rock Mountain, the treasures of a Stage 3 World Deity were nothing to him. But what's this? Dongbua Shuiying immediately discovered a black sphere placed within a wooden box. The black sphere was covered with countless uneven vein patterns. Just those incomparably mysterious vein patterns alone gave Dongbua Shuiying the feeling that he was peering into the vast starry sky. He instantly understood that this was a mysterious treasure. After informing his wife, he immediately went into seclusion and began his investigation. In an underground hall, Dongbua Shuiying placed the wooden box on the ground in front of him and opened it, revealing the black sphere. It must be some sort of mysterious treasure. But what use does it have? Dongbua Shuiying was puzzled. Even with his experience, he could not immediately tell what the black sphere was used for. In the void outside Eastern Region City, a Starfield flying ship flew out. Standing on the ship was a cold-looking, bald man with bone spikes protruding from the back of his neck. He looked at the distant Eastern Region City, and an invisible pressure began to spread out. In an instant, the entire Eastern Region City had fallen into his World Deity domain. "My treasure, I'm coming." Monarch Songyong's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He had waited far too long for this day. Chapter 5:23. Monarch Songyong's gaze fell on the spatial transfer array outside Eastern Region City. Immediately, countless streams of gray energy appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the soldiers responsible for guarding the transfer array. The soldiers were all terrified, but they were unable to struggle at all. At the same time, the gray energy seeped into the transmission array, digging out a part of the complex array foundation. The teleportation formation has been crippled for the time being. With a single step, Monarch Songyong traversed a great distance and arrived in the sky above Eastern Region City. East Region City was surrounded by a winding river that was 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers long, like a ribbon protecting the city. Monarch Songyong overlooked everything that was happening. At the same time, countless streams of gray qi appeared in all directions outside the massive East Region City, vaguely forming an incomparably large and complex spirit formation. At the same time, Monarch Songyong threw out 2 formation plates, which pierced through space and appeared in 2 different directions within the East Region City, becoming the eye of the enormous spirit formation. The power of the formation increased exponentially. Even if the Calm Sea Prefecture Master comes, the array should be able to hold him off for a while. Monarch Songyong was exceptionally cautious. He had even prepared the array plate beforehand. As a Stage 4 world deity, Monarch Songyong's world deity domain was incomparably vast, even larger than the entire East Region City. The countless gods in the Eastern Region City did not notice at all. Even if the guards of the teleportation formation were trapped and their true deity hearts were sealed, they could not report it at all. Therefore, even though the vast starry sky outside East Region City had formed a terrifying sealing formation, everything within East Region City remained normal. Supervisor Residence. Jing Qiu, who was dressed in a deep blue robe, was at the edge of a large lake in the mansion, boiling fruit wine. The aroma of fruit wine wafted from the mouth of the wine pot. In fact, many of the personal guards and attendants within the mansion were muttering to themselves. There, madam, rarely entered closed-door cultivation. Madam, isn't she the slightest bit interested in becoming a world deity? The lifespan of a deity is too short. They can't accompany your highness for too long. Many subordinates and attendants muttered to themselves, but no one dared to say it out loud. Dongbua Shui Ying did mention that Jing Qiu was able to bluff her way out of it. She said that her main body was cultivating diligently in her hometown, and this clone of hers was there to observe the heavens and earth. Dongbua Shui Ying also realized that his wife wasn't lying. Her main body did frequently accelerate time to cultivate. But why was the clone so lazy? Was being so relaxed really beneficial to cultivation? Based on what Dongbua Shui Ying knew, most cultivators would encounter a bottleneck, and no matter how hard they cultivated, it would be futile. That was the reason why they would look into the world and search for an opportunity to break through. Jing Qiu was only at the first god tier. She was still far from the bottleneck. Jing Qiu suddenly raised her head and looked towards the distant sky. A trace of coldness appeared in her gentle eyes. Monarch Songyong? He was here, and he was actually setting up a spirit formation. Snow Eagle only killed one of his clones, and it can't be considered a real kill, but he still doesn't let it go. Monarch Songyong had set up a vast ceiling formation around Eastern Region City. Any outsider would have to break through the obstruction of the ceiling formation before they could enter Eastern Region City. Dongbua Shui Ying. After finishing his preparations, Monarch Songyong prepared to take action. Songyong! A cold voice sounded. Monarch Songyong was startled. He saw a vast stream of white light shoot up into the sky from Eastern Region City, flying high into the sky to confront him from afar. It was a silver-haired, white-robed woman wearing a silver mask. Her long silver hair fluttered in the wind, reaching all the way down to her heels. Her entire body was emitting an incomparably astonishing chill. Monarch Songyong looked at the masked, white-robed woman in confusion. Deity realm? How can she only be a deity? Just the terrifying speed at which she had flown up had already made him feel somewhat threatened. She should be a stage 4 world deity. How could she be a deity? But the aura of the white-robed woman in front of him was indeed only at the deity realm. Who are you? Monarch Songyong frowned. He should have recognized all of the stage 4 world deities of the deity world, but he was unable to recognize her. Songyong, you sent your subordinate to assassinate the commander of Dongbua Shui Ying's personal guard. What's wrong? Your subordinate only lost one of his clones, yet you've come personally? The silver-haired, white-robed woman stood high up in the sky. At the same time, the vast void around her, as well as the entire area within 100 billion kilometers of Eastern Region City, began to condense into a cold that could be seen with the naked eye. Cold, cold, bone-chilling cold. Even Monarch Songyong felt a chill drilling into his body. Everything within 100 billion kilometers was frozen solid. The silver-haired, white-robed woman looked at Monarch Songyong as if she was the ruler of everything. I advise you to leave. You think you can persuade me to leave? This clone of yours is actually only at the deity realm and hasn't even reached the world deity realm. You think you can stop me? Monarch Songyong's body swayed and suddenly expanded. His body instantly became towering. Although he could not compare to Eastern Region City, he was still much larger than the capital cities of most starfields. Bone spurs protruded from his body, emitting a savage aura. Scram! Monarch Songyong waved his hand and grabbed at the woman. His 5 fingers curled up. Humph! The silver-haired, white-robed woman stood in the distance, watching the gigantic hand that blotted out the sun come grabbing at her. In the blink of an eye, strands of ice-cold sword light flew out from her body. Some of these sword lights were abnormally ferocious, while others were gentle and coiled around her. Countless ice-cold sword lights instantly met the gigantic hand. Hong Long Long. The collision was accompanied by a deafening boom. The towering monarch Songyong staggered a step back, and a large number of sword lights were similarly shattered. "So it's your highness. I heard that you're already dead. But who would have thought that not only are you still alive, you've even broken through from stage 3 to stage 4. You're truly courageous to actually dare to show yourself." Monarch Song Yong fiercely pulled out 2 of the bone spurs on his back and madly charged forward. "You're just a newly promoted stage 4 world deity, and you don't even have a blood-refined deity warrior or world deity domain. Yet you still want to stop me?" Hong Long Long, for the sake of obtaining the relic, Monarch Song Yong did not hold back at all. For a moment, the heavens shook and the earth cracked. "Stopping you isn't a problem at all. Furthermore, the Calm Sea Prefecture Master will be here soon." The silver-haired woman coldly said, "It's useless even if he comes. As for you, you won't be able to stop me." Monarch Songyong was incomparably ruthless. There was a sealing array outside, so it would not be that easy to barge in. In the supervisor envoy's residence in an underground hall, rewinding time back to the time when Dongbu Shueing was examining the black sphere. "What's this treasure used for?" Dongbu Shueing even sent his consciousness into the black sphere to carefully examine it. He pondered over it, but for a moment he was unable to make sense of it. However, when he infused his world deity energy into the black sphere, immediately the uneven patterns on the black sphere began to emit light. Countless patterns began to shine, illuminating the surrounding void. An incomparably profound and complex 3-dimensional diagram was formed. Looking at this profound 3-dimensional diagram, Dongbu Shueing was shocked. This was no longer just a simple examination of the patterns. Seeing the 3-dimensional diagram reflected in the air with his own eyes left him somewhat dazed. It was too complex, too profound, and the various laws of profound mysteries within it were simply inconceivable. As a cultivator, Dongbu Shueing could not help but immerse himself in it. After immersing himself in it, he began to feel and comprehend it. It was only natural. Boom! A mysterious spherical illusion appeared behind Dongbu Shueing's back. This spherical illusion seemed to be very big, but also very small at the same time. The concept of space-time was unable to describe it. It was the origin of all laws in the world, and it was also the end of all laws. Dongbu Shueing opened his eyes, and the spherical illusion of the extremity point appeared behind him. I didn't understand the secret of this treasure, but it touched me, allowing me to break through and grasp the extremity deity heart. A smile appeared on Dongbu Shueing's face. "I've finally become a stage 3 world deity. It's even faster than I expected." Chapter 524. Within Dongbu Shueing's sea of consciousness, the little person became even more tender, as though he was a real person. His pair of eyes brought about an invisible pressure. After reaching stage 3, his true deity heart became even more condensed and powerful, and the surrounding illusory world became even clearer. Evolve! Hong Long Long. Within his inner world, countless deity crystals were being absorbed and converted into energy to fuel the evolution of his inner world. The originally vast world of 1 billion kilometers was now frantically expanding in all directions. For a moment, the earth within the inner world rumbled, and the earth became deeper and deeper. The sky became higher and higher, and the land was also rapidly expanding, eroding the ocean. But the ocean was similarly expanding, becoming bigger and bigger. Even some islands began to appear within the ocean, and at the center of the ocean, a continent began to appear. The world of 1 billion kilometers was rapidly expanding to 10 billion kilometers. The extremity deity heart lies in the origin, the beginning, the end, and the one. After he had comprehended the laws of the world and fused them with the extremity deity heart, Dongbu Shueing's inner world's operating laws became more complete, and the range of his ability also became larger. Originally within the inner world, although all living things could grow, it was chaotic and disorderly. Some grew very quickly, and some withered very quickly as well. Some crazily invaded the area of growth. It was very chaotic, but now there was an invisible hand controlling the entire inner world. The extremity deity heart was the beginning and end of all living things. It was the final core one, and it faintly controlled the laws of all living things. For a moment, the entire inner world underwent a huge change, and everything became orderly. All sorts of plants, flowers, and trees harmonized with one another, and the grasslands, deserts, and other areas all had formless restrictions. The entire world was one. It's getting more and more perfect. In the sky above the world of 10 billion kilometers, a huge face appeared, overlooking this beautiful world. Glaciers, grasslands, plains, deserts, mountains, all living things were growing, and withering everything was so beautiful. I'm getting closer to the real world. Dongbua Shwe-ing understood that it was difficult to draw the heart, and he was able to evolve the inner world closer to the real world. But to truly transform it into a real world, to give birth to living things, to allow humans to grow and die of old age, to allow souls to reincarnate, this was too difficult. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for stage 4 world deities to transcend and become powerful existences. After becoming a powerful existence, the inner world would naturally evolve into a real world, possessing the perfect laws of the world. Dongbua Shwe-ing opened his eyes and waved his hand. 38 golden beads and 2 dark golden bones appeared on the ground in front of him. This dark golden bone only had the appearance of a bone on the surface. In fact, it was formed naturally after a long period of time in a special environment. It was the crystallization of nature, not the bones of a corpse. Just these 2 demon bones, Ash had taken Dongbua Shwe-ing over 30,000 years of hard work to gather. It was only because he was on good terms with Dongbua Shwe-ing that he was able to sell them to him. These 2 demon bones, Ash only weighed a little more than 1. 5 Gene. Suck. Dongbua Shwe-ing's nostrils immediately inhaled a mixture of golden light from the golden bead and demon bone ash. One was the pure golden light from the golden bead, and the other was the dark gray light from demon bone ash. They were quickly absorbed into his inner world and started to transform. Because his true body in the crimson rock mountain of the Xia people's world had 100-fold time acceleration, he naturally became a stage 3 world deity. He had already begun to research the 3rd volume of the Luminous Sun Absolute Art. The first revolution of the 3rd volume of the Luminous Sun was too simple. After all, Dongbua Shwe-ing had already mastered the 4th revolution of the 2nd volume. Back in the Crimson Rock Mountain, his true body had instantly comprehended it. The 2nd revolution of the 3rd volume was slightly more profound. However, Dongbua Shwe-ing had been pondering over the spear technique destruction for many years. He had long since gained experience in fusing worlds, chaos holes, and extremities. Thus, he only needed a day to comprehend it. Although it was said to be a day because of the 100-fold time acceleration, only a few moments had passed in the outside world. Who? Above the inner world, the white clouds were condensed from countless luminous sun force. Clearly, the luminous sun force had evolved by another level. This 3rd revolution. As Dongbua Shwe-ing pondered, his true body in the Crimson Rock Mountain was also pondering. The 3rd revolution of the 3rd volume was clearly much more complex and profound. For a moment, Dongbua Shwe-ing was filled with all sorts of questions. It would probably take him 10,000 years, or even longer, to ponder over it. After all, he had just stepped into the stage 3 world deity, unlike when he first cultivated the luminous sun. In reality, he had already cultivated for 100,000 years under the time acceleration. Although his main focus was on researching the destruction of spear techniques, he still had a deep foundation. After obtaining the Luminous Sun Absolute Art, He was just a step away from mastering the second volume of the Third Revolution. After becoming a supervisor, he reached the Third Revolution not long after. Only after 20,000 years in the real world did he finally step into the Fourth Revolution. Hong Long Long, a violent shockwave transmitted over from afar. By the time it reached the supervisor's residence, it was already very weak. However, Dongbua Shui-ing could still sense it. What's going on? Shui-ing, who had been puzzled over his cultivation of the luminous sun, suddenly snapped out of his daze. With a wave of his hand, he collected the golden fiend crystal, demon bone ash, and the mysterious black sphere. He had just broken through, so he did not have the time to continue researching the black sphere. At this moment, countless deities in the entire Eastern Region city had noticed the great battle taking place in the sky. Monarch Songyong had been secretly laying down a formation and had sent his own world deity domain down. Jingqiu, who was also a stage for world deity and was in the midst of comprehending the world, instantly noticed that Dongbua Shui-ing had been cultivating the luminous sun absolute art in seclusion and had not paid any attention to the outside world. What's going on? Wow, who's fighting? A commotion broke out in the supervisor's residence and the distant Eastern Blaze army camp. Many world deities raised their heads to look at the sky. In fact, there were even more deities who were gasping in surprise. Their eyesight was extremely astonishing, and they could clearly see the battle taking place. Too powerful. Dongbua Yu, Dongbua, and Qing Yao also raised their heads in surprise. There were also many servants and subordinates around them. Where's Mother? Where's Mother? Dongbua Yu and the others were also paying attention to their surroundings. She's probably watching the battle from somewhere else in the residence. Dongbua and Qing Yao also raised their heads in excitement. South, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing raised his head to look at the sky and saw countless amounts of frost condensing, enveloping the entire sky above Eastern Region City. At the center of the frost was a silver-haired, white-robed woman. She wore a mask, and countless sword lights surged around her, forming all sorts of arrays over and over again as she attacked the savage giant. Monarch Songyong was currently 5 billion kilometers tall and towering. Everyone in Eastern Region City could clearly see his enormous figure. Monarch Songyong held a bone spear in each of his hands, seemingly capable of ripping apart the world. He disregarded the obstruction of the frost and attacked again and again. In the distance, the silver-haired, white-robed woman quickly dodged while controlling the countless sword lights to defend herself. You can't block it. Since you insist on doing so, then die. Monarch Songyong was incomparably savage. You! The silver-haired, white-robed woman's cold voice resounded throughout the world. Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. Monarch Songyong? Who was that silver-haired, white-robed woman? Why didn't I have any information about her in my memories? Songyong! Dongbua Shui-ing bellowed. Boom! In an instant, he shot into the sky, piercing through the void and arriving near the distant battlefield. That was because the battlefield was within the range of the arrays, and void piercing was impossible. Father! Your Highness, be careful. Dongbua Yu, Shi Wei, Gabai, Hefei Yin, and the others all felt their hearts tighten. They all recognized that this was Monarch Songyong. His opponent was most likely a stage for world deity. General Mo of the Eastern Blaze Army was currently relying on the arrays of Eastern Region City to protect himself from the shockwaves of the terrifying battle. Dongbua Shui-ing, who was only a Stage 2 world deity, had already charged over. Shi Wei, Hefei Yin, and the others were all focused on the battle above. Only when Dongbua Shui-ing charged out did they realize that they had not been able to observe the battle in detail. Nor did they realize that Dongbua Shui-ing was already a Stage 3 world deity. Monarch Songyong and the silver-haired, white-robed woman exchanged blows for less than a breath's worth of time before they saw a figure piercing through the void. It was none other than the spear-wielding, black-robed youth. Dongbua Shuang, you actually dare to come? Monarch Songyong was overjoyed, but then his expression changed. He could tell with a single glance. A stage 3 world deity? Bang! The area around Dongbua Shuang immediately began to condense the other 9 world bodies. Suppress! Monarch Songyong's lips curled into a sneer. His terrifying world deity domain suppressed everything, including the area around Dongbua Shuang. Every strand of world energy was suppressed by the laws, making it impossible for Dongbua Shuang to use it. Naturally, he was unable to condense a world body. The world body required world energy to form. If he could not use world energy, then this move would be useless. Dongbua Shuang, when it comes to world control, you are no match for me. Monarch Songyong sneered. As expected of a stage 4 world deity, Dongbua Shuang was secretly apprehensive. Stage 4 world deities were able to comprehend and grasp many grade 1 deity hearts. Clearly, Monarch Songyong had also grasped a world deity heart, and his realm was even more profound. Eat my spear first. The fiery red scarlet cloud spear in Dongbua Shuang's hand instantly streaked across the sky. The spear rapidly expanded, traversing hundreds of millions of kilometers as it pierced towards Monarch Songyong with unparalleled might. Monarch Songyong was originally filled with disdain, but the moment the spear pierced out, his expression abruptly changed. The might of the spear was already at the level of a stage for world deity. Even so, he's still not my opponent. Monarch Songyong brandished the bone spear in his hand and faced the attack head-on. The silver-haired, white-robed masked woman was watching this scene unfold from afar. Dongbua Shuang had also noticed her. Who is she? She seems to be a deity, thought Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang thought. In order to conceal her identity, Yu Jingqiu had completely retracted her aura. She was only using the sword light generated by her secret technique to fight. She had deliberately retracted her aura. Be it her fighting style, her aura, her clothes, her hair, or even her figure, everything had changed. Naturally, Dongbua Shuang was unable to recognize her at first glance. This was the wife who had shared his bed with him. Chapter 5:25. The huge bone spear clashed with the scarlet cloud spear, and Dongbua Shuang could only feel layers upon layers of energy continuously corroding his spear, causing him to stagger back. An absolute art is this powerful, a newly ascended stage, 3 world deity. Like, you can actually fight someone of a higher realm? Monarch Songyong was furious. In the past, he had never placed stage 3 world deities in his eyes. But while Dongbua Shuang was inferior to him, the gap between them was no longer that great. Careful. A voice transmitted into Dongbua Shuang's ears. Dongbua Shuang, although Monarch Songyong's attacks seem tyrannical, they are actually sinister. They specialize in infiltration, corrosion, decay, and annihilation. The distant silver-haired, white-robed woman was also controlling countless sword lights to help attack Monarch Songyong. Songyong, what have you come to my eastern region city for? Dongbua Shuang waved his hand and swept out with his spear. The spear spanned over 100 million kilometers, displaying its ferocious might. You killed my subordinate, and now you want to pretend that nothing happened? Monarch Songyong charged forward, using the bone spear in his hands to block yet another spear strike. Who are you trying to fool? Your subordinate is just a clone, yet you're willing to risk your life like this? Shuang sneered. He could feel the huge weakness in his comprehension of the laws and profound mysteries. Even though the luminous sun force was strong in terms of strength and speed, it was still not enough. Although his luminous sun force was extremely powerful in terms of speed and strength, he was only at the second transition. His spear technique suddenly changed, and he used his killer move. Bang! The spear stabbed out, causing everything around it to collapse and collapse. When it was compressed to the limit, it burst forth with a terrifying, penetrative power. This move? Monarch Songyong was startled. The bone spear in his hands transformed into a circle, forming circular ripples. The spear tip collided with the circular ripples. Monarch Songyong's expression began to change. Again, Dongbua Shueing was incomparably valiant, his spear fiercely attacking time and time again. He didn't use any techniques like the world prison, and he didn't even get close. This was because the battle had happened too quickly, and he didn't have the time to think about other secret skills. For example, he did not cultivate the time immemorial body. The only spear art he was proficient in was destruction. This was because this move relied on the fusion of the world, chaos, and extremity deity hearts. Now that Dongbua Shueing had used this move a few times, his spear art was getting more and more proficient. At the side, there were also countless sword gleams that surrounded and attacked crazily. Their might was not inferior to that of Dongbua Shueing. With the two of them working together, Monarch Songyong was unable to deal with them for a while. Damn it! Why is this Dongbua Shueing so strong? How am I supposed to capture him when he's so strong? Forget about capturing him, we can't even kill him. Monarch Songyong glanced at the silver-haired, white-robed woman in the distance. Her Highness, the Empyrean Maiden, is still in the deity realm. She doesn't even have a world deity domain, and she can only rely on her secret techniques to fight with me. Dongbua Shueing is also a newly advanced third celestial layer, with his absolute art and this spear technique. Both of them are slightly weaker than me. If I were to fight them one-on-one, I reckon that I might stand a chance if I spend more time on them. But now that the two of them are working together, they won't be able to win even if they fight for 2 hours. Where did Her Highness Empyrean Fairy come from? And it's such a coincidence that he's in Eastern Region City? Monarch Songyong muttered to himself. Suddenly, Monarch Songyong's expression changed as he looked behind him. In the distant starry sky, a Starfield flying ship had appeared. At the prow of the Starfield flying ship was an amiable-looking old man. However, even from a distance, this old man gave off a terrifying aura that seemed to engulf the boundless starry sky. There was even a faint image of a gigantic dragon head in the vast starry sky. See Prefecture Master. Monarch Songyong's heart trembled. Although he had great potential, he was still a member of the younger generation. The See Prefecture Master had lived for an extremely long time. His lifespan was even comparable to Monarch Mo Shue's. The fact that he had lived for so long without going crazy or reincarnating was a testament to his strength. From this, one could see his strength. It was publicly acknowledged that his strength was close to that of a powerful existence. The only thing he lacked in comparison to Monarch Mo Shue was the fact that he had yet to truly fight against a powerful existence without losing. Regardless, he was not someone Monarch Songyong could defeat. With Her Highness Empyrean Fairy helping Dongbua Shueing, even without the See Prefecture Master, I have no hope of winning. Let's go. Monarch Songyong turned around and left without any hesitation. He held the initiative in the first place, and coupled with the fact that the surrounding arrays were under his control, he left without any hesitation. Riding a Starfield flying ship, he collected the array plate before entering the space-time tunnel and leaving. Your Highness Dongbua, I, Songyong, will return in a few days to offer my apologies. This old dragon is very difficult to deal with, so I'll be taking my leave first. Monarch Songyong's voice rang out in Dongbua Shueing's mind. Dongbua Shueing was startled. Offer my apologies? He was at a disadvantage in front of Monarch Songyong, yet he still wanted to apologize? World deity Shin Tu was killed by me, and yet he personally came to kill me just because of my subordinate's clone. Now that he can't win, he's even apologizing? Could it be that he has some sort of request? Dongbua Shueing could not help but think of the mysterious black sphere he had obtained. I'll just have to deal with his moves when the time comes. As long as he could consolidate his strength a little more, he would not need to fear Sanyong. Dongbua, the calm Sea Prefecture master, flew over with a smile. Hua. The distant silver-haired, white-robed woman instantly descended toward the eastern region city, disappearing without a trace. Dongbua Shui-ing glanced at her, then went to greet the calm Sea Prefecture master. Prefecture master, you've actually become a stage 3 world deity? The calm Sea Prefecture master put away his Starfield flying ship and exclaimed in surprise, now that I think about it, you haven't even cultivated for 40,000 years. 39,000 years, Dongbua Shui replied. Time acceleration was not counted in his calculations. Time acceleration was mainly used to comprehend secret techniques and secret skills. To truly comprehend the world, one had to do so under the normal flow of time. Truly formidable. In the entire history of the deity world and dark abyss, the fastest person to become a stage 3 world deity was Manor Lord Feishue, yet he took 53,000 years. The calm Sea Prefecture master sighed. You, on the other hand, only took 39,000 years. Impressive, impressive. Anyone who could create a new record was definitely not ordinary. Dongbua Shui-ing hurriedly said, I had some luck. First of all, world, chaos hole, and extremity were the 3 true meanings he had cultivated while he was still a transcendent. Back then, he had already cultivated the true meaning of mirage, star, and extreme piercing. As such, it was relatively easy for him to cultivate all 3. He was clearly much weaker in the aspect of space-time. Most likely, it would take him a very, very long time to succeed. Another reason was that he had coincidentally obtained the black sphere. Otherwise, even though he was just a step away from breaking through the bottleneck, it would still be normal for him to be stuck for 20 to 30,000 years. The black sphere's array diagram was incomparably profound, and it had given him many inspirations, allowing him to break through the bottleneck and create a new record. Who can create a miracle without a bit of luck? The calm Sea Prefecture master sighed in admiration. In the deity world, there are records of people becoming stage 1 world deities, stage 2 world deities, and even stage 4 world deities becoming powerful existences. Anyone who creates a new record is an amazing person. Once this news spreads, Dongbua, your name will probably spread throughout the entire deity world and dark abyss. Dongbua Shui-ing and the calm Sea Prefecture master chatted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. After that, the calm Sea Prefecture master left, though it was clear that he had become much closer to the Prefecture master. Anyone who could create a new record was simply too astonishing in the history of the deity world. In the past, world deity records were set by Monarch Green, Monarch Extermination, Manor Lord Feishue, and Temporal Island Lord. Only Monarch Extermination had gone insane and died prematurely. The weakest among them was Manor Lord Feishue, who was also at the level of the 3 ancestors. Now that Manor Lord Feishue's record had been broken by Dongbua Shui-ing, everyone had to consider how far Dongbua Shui-ing would go in the future. This was also the reason why Monarch Sanyong had spoken softly to Dongbua Shui-ing. If Dongbua Shui-ing was the only one who was stronger, Monarch Sanyong could have asked for reinforcements to attack him once more. However, Dongbua Shui-ing had become a stage 3 world deity and created a new record in the deity world and dark abyss. Monarch Sanyong was afraid that even if he asked for reinforcements, he would not be able to do so. Monarch Sanyong was also not willing to offend Dongbua Shui-ing too much. Phew! After parting ways with the Prefecture master, Dongbua Shui-ing descended into the supervisor envoy's mansion. Disperse for now. Dongbua Shui-ing did not pay any attention to General Mo, who had come over to flatter him, nor did he pay any attention to his subordinates. He only gave them a few instructions before descending into his own mansion. next to a vast lake within the supervisor envoy's mansion. Dongbua Shui-ing descended. He looked at a corridor not too far away, where Jing Qiu, dressed in dark blue robes, was walking towards him. With a smile on her face, she said, "Snow Eagle, did you see the battle earlier?" Dongbua Shui-ing asked with a smile. "Mn." Jing Qiu seemed to be very happy. "The entire residence is talking about it now." Dongbua Shui-ing suddenly reached out and grabbed his wife's hand. Jing Qiu was taken aback. "Let's walk along the lakeside," Dongbua Shui-ing said. "Mn." Jing Qiu nodded lightly. As the couple walked along the lakeside, Dongbua Shui-ing did not say a word. At this moment, his emotions were in a state of turmoil, and Jing Qiu could faintly sense it. Seeing a bird dive into the lake and pick up a fish with its beak, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake, Dongbua Shui-ing turned to look at his wife. "Jing Qiu, that silver-haired girl is you, right?" Chapter 5:26. Jing Qiu's heart tightened as she stared at the black-robed youth in front of her. This was a secret she had been hiding all this time. She had too many misgivings, so she had never dared to speak of it. But this time she had made her move. Even though she had been very cautious in restraining her aura and body shape, she had still been recognized. Jing Qiu had mentally prepared herself for this. After all, they were husband and wife. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but it was possible for her husband to. "Amen." Jing Qiu nodded lightly, but she was still very nervous. She was afraid. Because she cared too much about her husband, she was afraid. "Reincarnated?" Dongbua Shui-ing asked. "Yes." Jing Qiu took a deep breath and looked at her husband. "You despise me?" Jing Qiu was so flustered that she did not dare to wait for Dongbua Shui-ing's reply. She continued, "I only awakened my memories when I became a deity. Previously, I was known as the mysterious Star Sword Lady, the eldest daughter of Monarch Mo Shui. As such, when you met 7th Mayu, I was able to tell at a glance that she was a woman. After all, she's my younger sister. Furthermore, my father, Monarch Mo Shui, personally guided you. It was because he knew that you were his son-in-law." Jing Qiu carefully observed Dongbua Shui-ing's expression. "You two already acknowledged each other back then?" Dongbua Shui-ing asked. "We secretly acknowledged each other. Apart from me and my father, no one else knew," Jing Qiu replied. Dongbua Shui-ing was puzzled. No wonder. No wonder he felt that something was amiss. Even though he had been rather dazzling during the myriad flower feast, Monarch Mo Shui, who could truly rival powerful existences, had actually guided him for 2 consecutive days. Moreover, he had taught him verbally and occasionally demonstrated. At that time, Dongbua Shui-ing had been overwhelmed by the favor. Only now did he realize that it was because of his wife, Jing Qiu. "At that time, you even teased me and 7th Mayu." Dongbua Shui-ing looked at Jing Qiu. Seeing this, Jing Qiu calmed down and said, "I was only joking. I was very happy to see my younger sister, but I just couldn't acknowledge you. Snow Eagle, you don't dislike me, do you? The dignified, mysterious Lady of Star Sword is loved by countless universe gods. I can't wait to be overjoyed. How could I despise her?" Dongbua Shui-ing grinned. Yu Jing Qiu heaved a sigh of relief. She grabbed onto Dongbua Shui-ing's hand and said angrily, "I'm so nervous, but you're still teasing me." She was indeed nervous. Star Sword Mysterious Daughter was the eldest daughter of Monarch Mo Shui. Her background was extraordinary, and because of her father's relationship, she was extremely cold and arrogant. Simply put, the 7 daughters of Monarch Mo Shui were all colder. Monarch Mo Shui himself was also very proud and aloof. She was strong and her father was strong. Not many people could enter her eyes. Many female transcendents were single. In her previous life, Jing Qiu was much more valiant than those female transcendents. She only had one goal, to transcend and become an almighty being. Hence, even though she had lived for such a long time in her previous life, she had never been in love. To a powerful universe god like her, matters of the heart were no longer attractive. After reincarnating, she hooked up with Dongbo Shueing and had a pair of children. After she became a deity and awakened the memories of her previous life, she was somewhat afraid. She was afraid that Dongbo Shueing would become estranged from her after finding out. After all, not everyone would be able to accept knowing that his wife was an old fellow with over 1 billion years of memories. More importantly, Jing Qiu had never experienced matters of the heart in her previous life. Hence, she especially valued her husband, her son, and her daughter. She was afraid. Hence, she tried her best to hide it. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was because of her great enemy. Jing Qiu, rumor has it, that Star Sword mysterious daughter offended one of the deity world's fierce 5, old ancestor Golden Firmament, and was killed by him. Dongbo Shueing asked, "Yes, I did offend old ancestor Golden Firmament. Even father couldn't protect me. In order to escape, I simply chose to reincarnate and avoid this calamity." Jing Qiu nodded lightly. Hence, while I was in the prefecture, father and I secretly acknowledged each other, but I didn't dare to make it public. I even kept my deity avatar because I was afraid that old ancestor Golden Firmament would find out that I had successfully reincarnated. I was afraid that he would kill me again. Dongbo Shueing couldn't help but ask, "How did you offend old ancestor Golden Firmament?" Old ancestor Golden Firmament. He was famous among the powerful existences. He was even stronger than his deceased master, Holy Master Crimson Dust, and close to the level of the 3 ancestors. The first of the deity world's fierce 5 was Pang Yi. The second was old ancestor Golden Firmament. He was much stronger than old ancestor Fierce Tyrant. Pang Yi was currently focused on perfecting his cultivation technique and kept a low profile. Usually, the deity world's fierce 5 would wreak havoc in the outside world. Their leader was old ancestor Golden Firmament. He was someone who could easily fight against the 3 ancestors and escape. This. Jing Qiu was a little embarrassed. "It's like this. You should know of my previous reputation." "Yes." Dongbo Shueing nodded. "I wholeheartedly cultivated to become a stage for deity, or even a powerful existence. I disdained absorbing faith stones," Jing Qiu said. "Thus, I made preparations long ago to go to some ancient ruins in search of fortuitous encounters. In one of them, I was extremely lucky and didn't encounter much danger. I obtained an inheritance, a remnant piece of the heart sword diagram. Who would have thought that old ancestor Golden Firmament had already led 3 of the deity world's fierce 5 and spent a great deal of effort to break through the many dangers? They were just a step away from reaching the core. Who would have thought that I would be the one to pluck the peaches? I was also puzzled as to why I didn't encounter any danger at all." Dongbo Shueing blinked. On one side were 4 powerful existences who had entered the ruins and broken through the many dangers. On the other side were stage 3 world deities. They had probably entered the ruins from another direction and easily reached the core without any danger. "It's not entirely your fault," Dongbo Shueing said. "After all, you didn't do it intentionally. What's more, it has already happened. It's just a remnant piece of the heart sword diagram. It's just a remnant piece." Jing Qiu said in a low voice, "My father also invited a powerful existence to resolve the matter. It was only later that I found out that old ancestor Golden Firmament had spent a long time to obtain 4 remnant pieces of the heart sword diagram. I obtained the 5th and final piece. As long as I can gather all 5 pieces, it will be a complete ancient absolute art." Ah, Dongbo Shueing was flabbergasted. Hundreds of billions of years of effort, and I'm the only one missing. Many of the dangers in the ruins were solved by them, and I was lucky enough to obtain it. Jing Qiu said helplessly, "Old ancestor Golden Firmament was about to go crazy. He wanted to capture me and search my soul." Search your soul. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed. An absolute art? Even a soul search wouldn't be able to find anything, right? An absolute art's inheritance was extremely difficult to obtain through a soul search. Right. Actually, I wanted to record it down and impart it to him. But my realm is too low, and this is just a remnant piece. I could only comprehend a tiny bit of it. There's no way for me to record it down. Jing Qiu said helplessly, "Old ancestor Golden Firmament probably wanted to capture me and search my soul in order to obtain as many remnant pieces as possible. After all, he's lacking in the last part. The more he obtained, the more he could rely on himself to make up for it. But no matter what, I couldn't allow him to search my soul. Old ancestor Golden Firmament's ferocious aura reached the heavens, and my master didn't show up either. Thus, I could only choose to reincarnate and fight for a chance of survival," Jing Qiu said. Many powerful world deities had lived for too long and could no longer maintain their original hearts. That was why they chose to reincarnate. They wanted to experience a brand new life, allowing their soul to regain its emptiness and vitality. But Jing Qiu chose to do so in order to escape. This was indeed a good way to escape. After reincarnation, even the blood blade wouldn't be able to find her. I didn't dare to reveal myself. I even temporarily stopped cultivating and focused on comprehending the Tao. Jing Qiu said, "I wanted to wait a little longer. Snow Eagle, your talent and strength are dazzling. I felt that it wouldn't be too late for me to reveal my identity once you were strong enough. Otherwise, the moment my identity was revealed, old ancestor Golden Firmament would come." Dongbua Shuiying nodded. "That's right. The news of him becoming a stage 3 world deity should have already spread, and it would probably reach his master, the Blood Blade, very soon. But old ancestor Golden Firmament, his master, the God Emperor, shouldn't appear for him because of this, right?" Chapter 5:27. "You're right." Dongbua Shuiying nodded. As one of the deity world's fierce 5, Forefather Golden Firmament is extremely ruthless, and you've really offended him. One must know that Forefather Golden Firmament is famous for his ability to flee. He can easily escape from powerful existences on the same level as the 3 ancestors. However, he is slightly weaker in direct combat, which is why he is slightly weaker than the 3 ancestors. If he could obtain the complete heart sword diagram, his strength would increase tremendously and he would truly reach the level of the 3rd ancestor. You've ruined his opportunity, and you have the last fragment of the heart sword diagram in your memory. He won't let you off easily. Jing Qiu was also vexed, but we're not afraid of him. Dongbua Shuiying laughed. Our true bodies are both in the material world. He can't truly kill us. Right. Jing Qiu was also confident. Now that I've reincarnated, I can be considered a new life under the laws of the world. The karma between us has been greatly reduced, and it's hard for him to detect my existence. Furthermore, I've become a stage 4 world deity, so I can isolate myself from karma. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. Eldest disciple Brother Huiming, Monarch Amo Shui, and the others were all capable of such a feat. Stage 4 world deities could easily comprehend other grade 1 deity hearts, and they usually had some understanding of karma. Thus, most stage 4 world deities would casually mention the names of powerful existences. However, Monarch Songyong, who fought with me, recognized me. Of course, he only recognized that the silver-haired girl was the mysterious star sword maiden. He doesn't know my current identity. He knows that you helped me and that our relationship is not shallow. Now he should have something to ask of me, Dongbua Shuiying said. He shouldn't casually say anything. Amen, Jing Qiu nodded. For the time being, the two of them did not wish to deal with Forefather Golden Firmament. After all, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Of course, they weren't afraid of him. As a stage 3 world deity, Dongbua Shuiying was also a lord of a material world. In reality, he wasn't afraid of anyone. at the level of Temporal Island Lord. Even if they wanted to kill him, they wouldn't be able to. As long as his life wasn't in danger, he would naturally be able to deal with it calmly. Jing Qiu, you should hurry up and become a stage 4 world deity. Dongbua Shuiying said, after all, your true deity heart will become stronger after you level up. The speed of cultivation and comprehension would also increase. Since you are in closed-door cultivation, your identity will not be exposed. Even if you meet you, and Qingyao, you can just form a clone with the power of the world. Your own strength is more important. That's fine too. Jing Qiu nodded. She hadn't broken through before because she was worried that her husband would suspect her. Ha ha ha. Both of us are stage 4 world deities. Even if we do make it public, Forefather Golden Firmament won't be able to kill us. They might not chase after you like they did in the past. Dongbua Shuiying said. Jing Qiu also smiled. That's right. Snow Eagle, you are the stage 3 world deity with the shortest cultivation time in the entire history of the deity world and Dark Abyss. Right now, the couple indeed had the confidence to face any expert. It's only been 39,000 years. According to the information we received, Dongbua Shuiying became a stage 2 world deity in 5,000 years. Based on my calculations, it has only been 39,000 years since then. Monarch Songyong returned to his own palace. His cold face was now filled with anxiety. The shortest record for becoming a stage 3 world deity in the history of the deity world and Dark Abyss is even faster than Monarch Green and the Temporal Island Lord. The previous record was held by Manor Lord Feishue. Monarch Songyong sat cross-legged in a tightly shut palace hall. The interior of the hall was pitch black. Monarch Songyong sat cross-legged in the pitch-black hall, deep in thought. To be able to achieve such great accomplishments in such a short period of time represented astonishing potential. Throughout history, aside from Monarch Extermination, who had courted his own death, the other 3 had all been extremely stunning. If Monarch Extermination had not been killed, he would have long since reached the level of the 3 ancestors, given how he was able to suppress powerful existences when he was still a stage for world deity. Thus, Monarch Songyong was very clear about Dongbua Shuiying's current rise. He could not even find a helper. Thus, he was not too willing to offend him. Lower your head. Apologize. Think of a way to get the relic back from him. However, Dongbua Shuiying will definitely be able to guess that it is no ordinary treasure. I'm afraid he won't agree so easily. Monarch Songyong felt bitter in his heart. Let's discuss this properly. Even if I have to give up everything and give up my empire, it will still be a small matter. When Dongbua Shuiying and Monarch Songyong had fought, it had been in the sky above Eastern Region City. The commotion of the battle had been witnessed by countless deities in Eastern Region City, as well as many world deities living there. It was impossible to hide the news. When Monarch Songyong arrived at Eastern Region City, a mysterious stage 4 world deity, the silver-haired woman, acted to block him. Later on, His Highness Dongbua acted to fight Monarch Songyong head-on. Their strengths were about the same. His Highness Dongbua and the calm Sea Prefecture Master conversed for a long time. Many world deities approached and sensed that His Highness Dongbua is indeed a stage 3 world deity. He might be relying on a legendary absolute art to fight a stage for world deity. It's a stage 3 world deity without a doubt. The calm Sea Prefecture's Longshore clan has already spread the news. It's a stage 3 world deity. The Supervisor Envoy's mansion has also made it public. General Lemo and the other world deities have paid a visit to His Highness Dongbua. His Highness Dongbua is indeed a stage 3 world deity. Piece by piece, the news quickly spread. This news continued to spread throughout the Bloodshed God Palace. Even the Temporal Island, the Myriad God Palace, and some other remote and mysterious regions in the deity world, as well as the terrifying existences in the distant Dark Abyss, had received this news. In the deepest level of the dark abyss, this level of the world was deathly silent. There was only a single life form in the entire world. He was currently sitting cross-legged, and the breath he exhaled from his nostrils filled the entire deathly silent world, causing the temperature of this world to reach a frightening level. His body was so huge that it was unfathomable. Even someone who had cultivated the time-immemorial body to grand completion was nothing more than a tiny speck compared to this life form. Due to his huge body, if he were to lie down, he would be able to traverse the entire level of the dark abyss. His head would be on one end of the world, while his feet would be on the other end. As a result, he was the only person in this level of the world, and he would usually be able to have a good sleep here. Amen? As he sat cross-legged, he opened his eyes. His pair of eyes were even larger than the sun and moon. A brat has appeared in the deity world, and he actually became a stage 3 world deity in just 39,000 years. This huge existence muttered in a low voice, his voice reverberating throughout the entire level of the world. That bloodshed brat's luck is truly good. Such a brat was actually snatched away by him. I've heard that he came from the material world, and that idiot from the temporal island actually failed to obtain him? Interesting. If he were to be nurtured properly, he might become a good helper. Deity world, within the secret underground palace of the bloodshed god palace. In front of the scarlet cosmos furnace, Bloodblade was currently sitting cross-legged. The black bird was no longer on his shoulder. It was unknown where it had run off to. Master, a vigorous voice reverberated throughout the palace. It was the treasure spirit of the entire bloodshed god palace. Amen, what's the matter? Bloodblade asked. Master, Dongbua Shueing has become a stage 3 world deity, the vigorous voice said. Chapter 5:28. Bloodblade froze for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. If I'm not wrong, he should have cultivated for 39,000 years. Such a cultivation speed is much faster than mine. There are many who have cultivated faster than Master, but in the current deity world, Master is the strongest. Those who have cultivated faster than Master have mostly died, the vigorous voice said. I hope that he can continue on this path. Bloodblade was filled with hope. He stood at the apex of the deity world and the abyss, and those who could stand on equal footing with him could be counted on one hand. Over the long years, he had seen many ups and downs, as well as the rise and fall of many talented transcendents with grade 1 true meanings. The current Dongbua Shueing had cultivated at a speed comparable to that of his eldest disciple, Monarch Green, whom he was most proud of. Even so, Bloodblade was still just looking forward to it. After all, he had long since believed that his beloved disciple, Dongbua Shueing, would have no problem advancing from stage 1 to stage 4. Only after reaching stage 4 would the truly difficult path of cultivation begin. At that time, he would gradually come into contact with the world of His Majesty, God Emperor. In a desolate starry sky, far away from Eastern Region City, Dongbua Shueing and the silver-haired, white-robed woman faced each other from a distance. He smiled at his wife. Jingqiu had long since evolved her inner world with the help of a large amount of deity crystals. Her inner world had continuously improved, reaching the stage for world deity realm in a single breath. Dongbua Shueing had even given his wife many treasures, such as a treasure that could isolate all probing of the laws of nature. He had even provided her with materials so that she could refine her own blood-refined deity warrior. Although the process of refining a blood-refined deity warrior was rather complicated, Jingqiu could do it herself with her memories from her previous life. Dongbua Shueing had only cultivated for a short period of time, so he was completely clueless about medicinal pills, weapon refinement, hexing poisons, and many other aspects. Snow Eagle. Last time I only used my deity energy to transform into frost sword energy. The conversion speed was too slow, and the amount of frost sword energy I had was too little. Since he doesn't have a world deity domain, dealing with Monarch Sangyong was so difficult. Jingqiu laughed from afar. However, Things won't be so simple this time. As she spoke, countless ice sword lights began to surge around her. The sword lights were vast and mighty, and they quickly spread out for hundreds of millions of miles, like a surging ocean of ice. In the middle of the vast sea of frost, Jingqiu was the ruler of everything, emitting a terrifying sharpness. Dongbua Shueing was not surprised at all. His luminous sun force was also able to cover hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Last time, Jingqiu only had a deity body, although her world deity secret techniques had reached an extremely high realm. The efficiency of converting deity energy was extremely low. How could it be as efficient as a stage for realm deity? Come at me. Let me see how powerful you are. Dongbua Shueing laughed. The feeling of going all out against his wife was quite interesting. However, you have to defeat my world clone first. Immediately, 9 starry blue-robed Dongbua Shueing appeared in the void. Jingqiu had only been a stage for world deity for a short period of time, so her attainments in the world deity heart were not as deep as Dongbua Shueing's. Thus, she could not forcefully suppress Dongbua Shueing and prevent him from condensing his world body. Snow Eagle, you have to be careful. Jingqiu's silver hair fluttered as she waved her hand. Hua! Immediately, countless ice sword lights surged forth. Dongbua Shueing looked into the distance, only to see countless ice sword lights surging forth like a vast ocean. Like a surging wave from the starry sky, they arrived in front of the 9 world clones in an instant. The 9 starry blue-robed Dongbua Shueing also began to display his spear techniques. At the same time, his luminous sun force surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The unyielding luminous sun force formed countless chains that charged forward. However, these ice sword lights were extremely sharp. Although their power was greatly reduced by the impact, they still managed to cut through the chains and continued to attack the 9 world bodies. The 9 world bodies displayed their spear techniques to defend themselves, but they were completely suppressed. Soon, the ice sword lights pierced into their bodies. After all, no matter how good their spear techniques were, they could not defend against the all-pervasive sword lights. Although the time immemorial body had already reached the 6th level, it was still unable to withstand the sword lights. They were constantly penetrated, and soon the 9 world bodies were crushed under the countless sword lights. Stop, stop, stop. I admit defeat, Dongbua Shueing hurriedly said. Only then did the ice sword lights retreat. Jingqiu said, Your real body hasn't even made a move yet. How can you admit defeat? My real body is indeed stronger than the world bodies, but only in terms of the scarlet cloud spear. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. You've already destroyed the 9 world bodies, so how could my real body withstand it? I truly did not expect that the power of your ice sword lights would be so great after accumulating. Your strength is in no way inferior to Monarch Songyong. In terms of strength, he was also weaker than Monarch Songyong. Previously, in the battle above East Region City, he and Jingqiu had joined hands to stop Monarch Songyong. Jingqiu smiled. My ice sword lights have also absorbed some of the profound mysteries of the heart sword diagram, so they are even more powerful. However, the heart sword diagram is too profound. I plan to properly comprehend the heart sword diagram after I finish refining the blood-refined deity armament. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. I never expected that I, Dongbua Shueing, with my illustrious reputation, would not even be able to defeat my own wife. I'll cultivate as long as you cultivate. Jingqiu curled her lips. Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. Don't worry, I, your man, will be able to defeat you very soon. Dongbua Shueing laughed. Come, let's go back. All right. Jingqiu nodded. The two immediately boarded the Starfield flying ship and traveled through the space-time tunnel back to East Region City. After returning to the supervisor envoy's residence, Jingqiu quietly went into seclusion. With her strength, it was only natural that no one would notice her. After all, there were only 2 Stage 4 world deities in the entire Kamsi prefecture. One was the Kamsi prefecture master, and the other was Jingqiu. Dongbua Shueing went to see his daughter and give her some pointers on her cultivation. Qiniao, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, should focus on the essence of things. However, this is too prejudiced. You should temporarily let go of your current comprehension and try again in a different direction. Dongbua Shueing extended his hand, condensing the power of the world into a sword. Although he had never studied sword techniques, the essence of the laws of heaven and earth was the same. Since Dongbua Shueing's realm was much higher than his daughter's, he could naturally give her some pointers in a simpler way. Dongbua and Qiniao listened attentively. She had grown up listening to her father's stories, and she worshipped him immensely. As he was giving pointers to his daughter, a sudden surge of power was transmitted over. Dongbua Shueing immediately sensed that this power belonged to his master. Although he had a treasure that could isolate all laws of heaven and earth, he did not dare to obstruct his master. Dongbua, a voice resounded in his mind. Master, Dongbua Shueing hurriedly replied, to be able to become a Stage 3 world deity in such a short period of time, not bad. However, you should know that many grade 1 true meaning transcendents ended up being stuck at Stage 4. Even monarch extermination, whose talent was not any weaker than yours, ended up destroying himself. Your path of cultivation has only just begun. Do not be arrogant. Cultivation is also the cultivation of the heart. Bloodblade continued. Now that your fame has spread, there will definitely be many experts who will come to pay a visit or even befriend you. However, you must remember that not everyone can give you benefits. If you do, it will become karma. Dongbua Shueing was startled. Yes, master. This disciple understands. Amen. That terrifying power immediately retreated. Many experts will come to pay a visit? Dongbua Shueing frowned slightly. Bloodblade was right. Just half a month later, many experts came to pay a visit. Your Highness Dongbua, I heard that your Highness is looking for demon bone ash? Haha, this old man just so happens to have 3 kilograms of demon bone ash, which I am willing to gift to your Highness. A golden-haired old man laughed. There was also wine placed on the table in front of Dongbua Shueing. He lifted the wine cup and drank a mouthful before laughing. 9 rigid prefecture master. This gift is too valuable. I do not dare to accept it. Previously, with his master's reminder, Dongbua Shueing was extremely intelligent. He immediately understood that his current cultivation speed was extremely fast, and he had even broken the record of becoming a Stage 3 world deity. The various superpowers should understand that Dongbua Shueing would soar into the sky very soon, and he might even become an almighty in the future. The moment he became an almighty, he might even reach the level of the 3 ancestors. Knowing that Dongbua Shueing would have an extremely high status in the future, they naturally had to help him while he was still weak. After all, when Dongbua Shueing reached the level of the 3 ancestors, Dongbua Shueing would no longer be interested in their gifts. If they were to give it now, and Dongbua Shueing accepted it, it would become karma. He would have to repay it in the future. Of course, if Dongbua Shueing were to stop at Stage 4, their gifts would be wasted. But this was a gamble. If they were to give it now, in the future, when Dongbua Shueing became stronger, he would have to repay this karma. Of course, he could also choose not to repay it. If he did so, it would be a huge hindrance to his cultivation. Your Highness, a voice suddenly came from outside. Sky River Prefecture Master is here to pay a visit. What a coincidence. Dongbua Shueing looked at the golden-haired old man in front of him. 9 rigid Prefecture Master, you don't mind, right? Let Sky River Prefecture Master come in and have a seat. It has been a long time since I last met with that Sky River brat. 9 rigid Prefecture Master smiled and nodded. However, he was somewhat unhappy in his heart. Dongbua Shueing did not immediately accept his gift. It seemed that it would not be so easy to form karma with a gift. Asterisk. Chapter 5:29. The 9 rigid prefecture master and the Sky River prefecture master were the first 2 stage for world deities to pay a visit. After sending them off, in the following month, other stage for world deities came to pay a visit. If it was an ordinary person or a weaker one, they would probably want to receive a sufficiently precious gift. But the stronger one was, the harder it was for them to receive a gift. Most of the visiting stage for world deities brought demon bone ash along with them. Normally, it was impossible to bite even if one wanted it. But these overlord existences in the deity world could take out some if they really wanted it. After all, they had lived for a long time and had a deeper foundation. Dongbua Shueing only said, "I can't accept it for free, but I'm willing to buy it. 50 million deity crystals per kilogram of demon bone ash is enough for me to buy 5 kilograms. Although cultivating the 4th volume of Luminous Sun required more rare treasures and demon bone ash, he did not have enough deity crystals on him unless he took out the treasures in Crimson Rock Mountain to exchange. Secondly, he was not in a hurry. After all, cultivating the 4th volume of Luminous Sun would require him to become a stage for world deity. Once he had accumulated more deity crystals, he could slowly buy it. This 50 million deity crystals per kilogram, 10 million deity crystals is enough. Those stage for world deities still felt that Dongbua Shueing's price was too high. 50 million deity crystals, I'm willing to buy 5 kilograms, Dongbua Shueing said. This price was not considered cheap, nor could it be considered karma. It was just that they had some friendship. In the end, it was the first 5 stage for world deities to rush over. Dongbua Shueing each bought 5 kilograms of demon bone ash. They could be considered to have gotten to know each other. Sigh. It's not easy to form karma with Dongbua Shueing. His Highness Dongbua is the personal disciple of His Majesty. He is not stupid. How could he casually accept a gift? In a short month, a total of 35 stage for world deities came to pay a visit. Some wanted to form karma, while others wanted to get to know each other. Many of these stage for world deities came from faraway places. However, none of the Almighties came to visit him. Only the familiar Chihua, Laozu, came to congratulate him from afar. After all, the Almighties had already transcended. They were not as anxious as the stage for world deities. The sun, it was one of the 2 most mysterious and powerful stars. Along with the moon star, it was located at the 2 poles of the immortal world, forever illuminating the immortal world, the material world, and the dark abyss. Furthermore, it was impossible to find it by flying normally. Hong, the sun, was a gigantic fireball. The flames on its surface were liquid, just like the seawater of a planet. The flames of the sun star were also flowing, incomparably hot and terrifying. However, its power could radiate through the entire material plane, the dark abyss, and the dark abyss, which showed how terrifying it was. Its laws were much more complicated than the laws of heaven and earth. It was comparable to the laws of the material world and the dark abyss. Many Almighties often came to the solar star. Ha ha ha. On the surface of the sun star, there was a house with a small courtyard. The courtyard was only about 10 meters in radius. Outside the small courtyard was the boundless flames of the sun. Within the small courtyard there was a white-haired, youthful-looking old man laughing loudly. I, Chihua, am truly lucky. Back then, I helped that brat Dongbua. Who would have thought that he would have such accomplishments today? I'm afraid that he might even surpass me in the future. Ha ha! The karma that he owes me isn't light at all. Back then, saving Jingqiu was as easy as lifting a finger to Chihua Laozu. But to the Dongbua Shueing, it was something that he was willing to exchange with his life for. He begged the temporal temple for help, but the temporal temple was disdainful. They believed that Dongbua Shui Ing didn't have any value at all. After all, to save Jingqiu back then, they either needed a rare treasure that could recreate a soul, or they needed a powerful existence to act. Both of these options were extremely costly. Back then, Dongbu Shuiing was at his wit's end. Even if he begged for help, there was no way out. As a powerful existence, Qihua Laozu had acted. This karma, to Dongbu Shuiing, it was a karma that he would have to repay with his life. Dongbu brat, your future is limitless. In the future, this old man will need your help. Don't reject me. When Qihua Laozu congratulated him, he specially added a sentence. Forefather, you only need to say a word. Dongbu Shuiing will risk his life to help forefather. Dongbu Shuiing was straightforward. There's no rush. At the very least, I'll ask for your help after you become a powerful existence. Qihua Laozu said. Dongbu Shuiing was very grateful. Because Qihua Laozu said this sentence, it meant that this karma could be repaid after he became a powerful existence. Then, when he became a powerful existence from stage 4, the impact of this huge karma would be very small. 3 months after Dongbu Shuiing became a stage 3 world deity, at the border between the deity world and the dark abyss, a gigantic black palm pierced through the void and descended, enveloping a region of 500 billion kilometers. That vast region of 500 billion kilometers was completely frozen. The venomous Ing world deity, who was originally fleeing in panic, stared at the gigantic palm in horror. She anxiously shouted, Monarch, monarch, please spare my life! Please spare my life! Her other avatar had just been captured, and this body of hers had attempted to flee in vain. Spare your life? Ha ha ha! I'm going to give you to Dongbu Shuiing as a gift. The terrifying black palm directly grabbed out. Venomous Ing world deity struggled with all her might, but the space around her was completely frozen. Venomous Ing world deity felt despair. The moment she heard that Dongbu Shuiing had become a stage 3 world deity, she fell into a daze. She no longer had any wishful thinking and immediately began to flee. Now, Dongbu Shuiing had yet to act, but an ancient stage 4 world deity who had lived for who knew how long had taken action. This old man had carefully investigated the area for 3 months before confirming the whereabouts of the 2 bodies of the venomous Ing world deity. Only then did he act and capture both of them. It was true that the moment he acted, the venomous Ing world deity no longer had any hope. While the venomous Ing world deity was being captured, Monarch Songyong finally came to pay a visit to Dongbu Shuiing in Eastern Region City. Monarch Songyong. Many of the soldiers and female attendants in the supervisor envoy residence were watching curiously. 3 months ago, Monarch Songyong had fought with Shuiing in the sky above Eastern Region City. Now, Monarch Songyong actually dared to come back? Furthermore, the one who had assassinated Commander Bai Li Shang was a subordinate of Monarch Songyong. Both sides had a grudge against each other. Monarch, this way please. A world deity guard personally led the way. Having seen too many stage 4 world deities over the past few days, these guards had long since calmed down. Soon they were led into the hall. Within the hall, only Dongbu Shuiing was seated. He pointed to the opposite side and said, Monarch Songyong, this way please. Monarch Songyong took a seat, facing Dongbu Shuiing from a distance. Your Highness Dongbu, I am truly ashamed. I hope that you won't take offense to my actions. Dongbu Shuiing smiled. Monarch Songyong, let's not speak such empty words. I, Dongbu Shuiing, may be confident in my abilities, but I do not believe that I can make a stage for world deity personally apologize to me. Furthermore, I only killed one of your subordinates' avatars. You personally came to kill me, and now you've come to apologize. Monarch Songyong, you must have a request, and it's not a small one. Admirable, Monarch Songyong praised. Speak. What is it? Dongbu Shuiing asked. He was also curious as to why Monarch Songyong had come. Was it because of that black sphere? Over the past 3 months, he had spent a great deal of time researching the black sphere. His true body had spent 100 times faster time in Crimson Rock Mountain of the Xia people's world, but he had still not been able to uncover its secrets. Even so, there was one thing he was certain of. Based on the profoundness of the formation, the black sphere was definitely an incredible treasure. Monarch Songyong looked outside the hall. With a smile, Dongbua Shueing waved his hand, and with a rumble the door closed. I'll just say it directly. I reckon that your highness has already guessed it. Monarch Songyong waved his hand, and an illusory black sphere appeared in front of him. This is precisely the treasure I need. Dongbua Shueing nodded with a smile. Just as I guessed. Could Monarch Songyong tell me what it is exactly? What secret does it have? Chapter 530. The 9 Rigid Prefecture Master and the Sky River Prefecture Master were the first 2 stage for world deities to pay a visit. After sending them off, in the following month, other stage for world deities came to pay a visit. If it was an ordinary person or a weaker one, they would probably want to receive a sufficiently precious gift. But the stronger one was, the harder it was for them to receive a gift. Most of the visiting stage for world deities brought demon bone ash along with them. Normally, it was impossible to bite even if one wanted it. But these overlord existences in the deity world could take out some if they really wanted it. After all, they had lived for a long time and had a deeper foundation. Dongbua Shueing only said, I can't accept it for free, but I'm willing to buy it. 50 million deity crystals per kilogram of demon bone ash is enough for me to buy 5 kilograms. Although cultivating the 4th volume of Luminous Sun required more rare treasures and demon bone ash, he did not have enough deity crystals on him unless he took out the treasures in Crimson Rock Mountain to exchange. Secondly, he was not in a hurry. After all, cultivating the 4th volume of Luminous Sun would require him to become a stage for world deity. Once he had accumulated more deity crystals, he could slowly buy it. This 50 million deity crystals per kilogram, 10 million deity crystals is enough. Those stage for world deities still felt that Dongbua Shueing's price was too high. 50 million deity crystals, I'm willing to buy 5 kilograms, Dongbua Shueing said. This price was not considered cheap, nor could it be considered karma. It was just that they had some friendship. In the end, it was the first 5 stage for world deities to rush over. Dongbua Shueing bought 5 kilograms of demon bone ash each, and they could be considered to have gotten to know each other. Sigh. It's not easy to form karma with Dongbua Shueing. His Highness Dongbua is the personal disciple of His Majesty. He is not stupid. How could he casually accept a gift? In a short month, a total of 35 stage for world deities came to pay a visit. Some wanted to form karma, while others just wanted to get to know each other. Many of these stage for world deities came from faraway places. However, none of the Almighties came to visit him. Only the familiar Chihua, Laozu, came to congratulate him from afar. After all, the Almighties had already transcended. They were not as anxious as the stage for world deities. The sun. It was one of the 2 most mysterious and powerful stars. Along with the moon star, it was located at the 2 poles of the immortal world, forever illuminating the immortal world, the material world, and the dark abyss. Furthermore, it was impossible to find it by flying normally. Boom! The sun was a gigantic fireball. The flames on its surface were liquid, just like the seawater of a planet. The flames of the sun star were also flowing, incomparably hot and terrifying. However, its power could radiate through the entire material plane, the dark abyss and the dark abyss, which showed how terrifying it was. Its laws were much more complicated than the laws of heaven and earth. It was comparable to the laws of the material world and the dark abyss. Many Almighties often came to the sun star. Ha ha ha. On the surface of the sun star, there was a house with a small courtyard. The courtyard was only about 10 meters in radius. Outside the small courtyard was the boundless flames of the sun. Within the small courtyard, there was a white-haired elder with a youthful face, laughing loudly. "I, Chihua, am truly lucky. Back then, I helped that brat Dongbua. Who would have thought that he would have such accomplishments today? I'm afraid that he might even surpass me in the future. Haha, the karma he owes me isn't light at all." Back then, to Chihua Laozu, saving Jingqiu was as easy as lifting a finger. But to the Dongbua Shuang, it was something he was willing to exchange with his life for. He begged the temporal temple, but the temporal temple was disdainful. They believed that Dongbua Shuang didn't have any value at all. After all, to save Jingqiu back then, they either needed a rare treasure that could recreate a soul, or they needed a powerful existence to act. Both of these options were extremely costly. Dongbua Shuang was at his wit's end. Even if he begged for help, there was no way out. Despite being a powerful existence, Chihua Laozu still acted. This karma, to Dongbua Shuang, it was a karma he would have to repay with his life. Dongbua brat, your future is limitless. In the future, this old man will need your help. Don't reject me. When Chihua Laozu congratulated him, he specially added a sentence. Forefather, you only need to say a word. Dongbua Shuang will risk his life to help forefather. Dongbua Shuang was straightforward. There's no rush. At the very least, I'll ask for your help after you become a powerful existence. Chihua Laozu said. Dongbua Shuang was very grateful. Because Chihua Laozu said the sentence, it meant that this karma could be repaid after he became a powerful existence. Then, when he became a powerful existence from stage 4, the impact of this huge karma would be very small. 3 months after Dongbua, Shuang became a stage 3 world deity. At the border between the deity world and the dark abyss, a gigantic black palm pierced through the void and descended, enveloping a region of 500 billion kilometers. That vast region of 500 billion kilometers was completely frozen. The venomous world deity, who was originally fleeing in panic, stared at the gigantic palm in horror. She anxiously shouted, "Monarch, monarch, please spare my life! Please spare my life!" Her other avatar had just been captured, and this body of hers had attempted to flee in vain. Spare your life? Ha ha ha! I'm going to give you to Dongbua Shuang as a gift. The terrifying black palm directly grabbed out. Venomous world deity struggled with all her might, but the space around her was completely frozen. Venomous world deity felt despair. The moment she heard that Dongbua Shuang had become a stage 3 world deity, she fell into a daze. She no longer had any wishful thinking and immediately began to flee. Now, Dongbua Shuang had yet to act, but an ancient stage 4 world deity who had lived for who knew how long had taken action. This old man had carefully investigated the area for 3 months before confirming the whereabouts of the 2 bodies of the venomous world deity. Only then did he act and capture both of them. It was true that the moment he acted, the venomous world deity no longer had any hope. While the venomous world deity was being captured, Monarch Songyong finally came to pay a visit to Dongbua Shuang in Eastern Region City. Monarch Songyong. Many of the soldiers and female attendants within the supervisor envoy residence were watching curiously. 3 months ago, Monarch Songyong had fought with Shuang in the sky above the Eastern Region City. Now, Monarch Songyong still dared to show up? Furthermore, the one who had assassinated Commander by Li Shang was a subordinate of Monarch Songyong. Both sides had a grudge against each other. Monarch, this way please. A world deity guard personally led the way. Having seen too many stage 4 world deities over the past few days, these guards had long since calmed down. Soon they were led into the hall. Within the hall, only Dongbua Shuang was seated. He pointed to the opposite side and said, "Monarch Songyong, this way please." Monarch Songyong took a seat. facing Dongbua, Shui-ing from a distance. Your Highness Dongbua, I am truly ashamed. I hope that you won't take offense to my actions. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. Monarch Songyong, let's not speak such empty words. I, Dongbua Shui-ing, may be confident in my abilities, but I do not believe that I can make a stage for world deity personally apologize to me. Furthermore, I only killed one of your subordinates' avatars. You personally came to kill me, and now you've come to apologize. Monarch Songyong, you must have a request, and it's not a small one. Admirable, Monarch Songyong praised. Speak. What is it? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. He was also curious as to why Monarch Songyong had come. Was it because of that black sphere? Over the past 3 months, he had spent a great deal of time researching the black sphere. His true body had spent 100 times faster time in Crimson Rock Mountain of the Xia people's world, but he had still not been able to uncover its secrets. Even so, there was one thing he was certain of. Based on the profoundness of the formation, the black sphere was definitely an incredible treasure. Monarch Songyong looked outside the hall. With a smile, Dongbua Shui-ing waved his hand, and with a rumble the door closed. I'll just say it directly. I reckon that your Highness has already guessed it. Monarch Songyong waved his hand, and an illusory black sphere appeared in front of him. This is precisely the treasure I need. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded with a smile. Just as I guessed. Could Monarch Songyong tell me what it is exactly? What secret does it have? Chapter 531. Monarch Songyong frowned as he looked at Dongbua Shui-ing in front of him. Dongbua Shui-ing simply smiled back at him, causing Monarch Songyong to feel somewhat anxious and helpless. This Dongbua Shui-ing is truly direct. He knows that I can't do anything to him, so he has nothing to fear. Despite his helplessness, Monarch Songyong understood the situation. With a thought, his world deity domain immediately spread out. Even the treasures he carried with him that isolated all probing of laws were activated, ensuring that the hall was absolutely safe from anyone's prying eyes. Dongbua Shui-ing silently watched on. Your Highness, could you first let me see if you have such a treasure? Monarch Songyong asked. Sure. Dongbua Shui-ing extended his hand, and a black sphere appeared on his palm. Its surface was covered with countless uneven patterns. Monarch Songyong's eyes lit up the moment he laid eyes on it, and he became incomparably excited. With a single glance, he could tell that this was the treasure he had been yearning for even in his dreams. With this treasure, he would be able to greatly increase his strength. At present, he was just a young stage for world deity, and even those old fellows who had lived for a long time were much stronger than him. For example, Jing Qiu, who had obtained the incomplete heart sword diagram and fused it with her secret technique, was now comparable to Monarch Songyong after stepping into the stage for world deity realm. This level of strength could only be considered average among stage for world deities. Compared to new stage for world deities, he was slightly stronger. However, compared to eldest disciple Brother Huiming or the Calm Sea Prefecture Master, he was still a notch weaker, let alone Monarch Amo Shui, who had fought undefeated against powerful existences. With this, my strength will greatly increase, and I'll be able to obtain even more precious treasures. My chances of transcending will also increase, Monarch Songyong thought. The stronger one was, the easier it would be for one to obtain precious treasures. How is it? Dongbua Shui-ing flipped his hand and put it away. Your Highness shouldn't be able to discover its secrets, right? Monarch Songyong laughed. I can say that in the entire deity world, aside from me, there is probably no one who can unravel its secrets. In the hands of others, it's just a plaything, completely useless. Only in my hands will it be of some use. Oh, Dongbua Shui-ing responded. He had studied the black sphere for a long time, but he had not discovered any secrets. However, anyone with a bit of eyesight could tell that this was no ordinary item. Ha ha ha! I have already prepared 5 kilograms of demon bone ash. Monarch Songyong was extremely cordial. There are also 2 Zou beasts, both of which have the combat power of stage 3 world deities. I am willing to gift them to your highness, as long as your highness gives me the black sphere. Dongbua Shui clicked his tongue and sighed. 5 pounds of demon bone ash? 2 Swanee beasts? Although I have never heard of a Zou beast, it is extremely rare for it to have the battle power of a stage 3 world deity. What a grand gesture! Monarch Songyong hastily replied, Your Highness, the Zou beast is a type of insect beast that I painstakingly raised. It is absolutely loyal. I heard that Your Highness has a pair of children. These 2 Zou beasts can be taken care of by Your Highness's children. They are definitely the best guards. That's a pretty big deal. What a pity. Dongbua Shui shook his head. Previously, when many stage 4 world deities came to visit me, many of them came to gift me demon bone ash. I also bought some of them, so I am not lacking in demon bone ash. As for the insect beasts, I don't lack these 2 insect beasts. Monarch Songyong's expression changed slightly. This Dongbua Shui was clearly not satisfied. His appetite was quite big, but what could he do? Your Highness, this black sphere is useless to you, Monarch Songyong said. As long as Your Highness gives it to me, you can name whatever treasures you need. As long as I, Songyong, am able to produce it, I am willing to give it to Your Highness. Furthermore, I can swear an oath that I will fight for Your Highness 3 times in the future. As long as I do not lose my life, I will not retreat even if I have to lose a clone. Dongbua Shui looked at Monarch Songyong. Smiling, he picked up the wine flask on the table and poured himself some wine. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's first drink a cup and slowly talk. Monarch Songyong could only suppress his temper and pour wine as well, accompanying Dongbua Shui in drinking. He had already said everything he could say. As long as it was within his means, he was willing to pay. Now, the decision was entirely up to Dongbua Shui. Monarch Songyong, you still haven't told me what this is. Dongbua Shui lifted the wine flask and took a sip. Monarch Songyong hesitated for a moment, then said, This black sphere is actually an extremely valuable tool used to breed insects. Tool! Dongbua Shui frowned. That's not all. Is a mere tool worth you putting your life on the line? Although the tool itself is valuable, what's even more valuable is what's inside, Monarch Songyong said in a low voice. Inside the tool is an insect egg known as a flowing light insect. Snow Eagle's pupils shrank and his expression changed greatly. Flowing light insect? It was a very ordinary name, but it represented a legend, a very frightening legend. This was one of the most frightening insects out of all the countless insects. There was once a stage 3 world deity who was able to breed a fully matured flowing light insect that could rival powerful existences. This was also one of the most enviable aspects of cultivating insects. It allowed one to cultivate an insect that far surpassed one's own strength. There's a powerful existence hidden within this black sphere. Dongbua Shui muttered inwardly. Furthermore, it was an absolutely loyal, powerful existence. The flowing light insect was extremely powerful, but by attaching one's consciousness to it, it could move independently. It could also be protected by the flowing light insect, allowing a world deity to hide within its body. Furthermore, the flowing light insect was famous for its speed. It was a terrifying insect that excelled in speed and could protect its master. In a head-on battle, it could rival powerful existences. It's just an insect egg, Monarch Songyong said. Monarch Songyong hurriedly said, Without special breeding methods and painstaking efforts to raise it, it would be impossible for it to immediately rival a powerful existence. Furthermore, apart from me, I'm afraid that no one else can open this tool. I can tell you that the complex array diagram on this black sphere is equivalent to a lock. If one doesn't know the method to open it, they won't be able to open it. I'm afraid that not even His Majesty, the God Emperor, can do it. Can't do it? Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. That's not necessarily true. Monarch Songyong was startled. Your Highness, please state a condition. None of you can open it, and even if you do, you don't know how to cultivate it. He did not dare to gamble. After all, the bloodshed God Emperor was the strongest expert in the deity world. Even if it was an absolute art, he would still throw it out. Such an existence might really know some unique cultivation techniques for the insect beasts. Perhaps he might be able to open it, or perhaps he might even have a way to nurture it. In truth, Dongbua Shui-ing did not want to bother his master. Furthermore, cultivating insects required time and energy. You have a method to cultivate insects, right? Do you also have a method to open it? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. I obtained it from the ruins. Monarch Songyong nodded. Give me the method, Dongbua Shui-ing said. Without the slightest hesitation, Monarch Songyong flipped his hand, causing a thick black book to appear. Your Highness, you only need to use your consciousness to obtain the inheritance. This is an extremely ancient and precious method to cultivate insects. Its value is probably close to that of an absolute art. After all, there was a huge problem in cultivating insects. One needed to find the eggs to cultivate them. I'm saying that you give me this book, Dongbua Shui-ing said. Add 5 kilograms of demon bone ash and 2 Bayan beasts. This black sphere belongs to you. I'm giving you the inheritance. Monarch Songyong was stunned. Inheritance could be passed down from generation to generation. It was just like how Dongbua Shui-ing had learned the luminous sun technique. Although he had learned it himself, he had been unable to pass it down to others. This was because his cultivation level was too low. He could only teach it to others if he mastered it. That's right, Dongbua Shui-ing said with a nod. What do you want the inheritance for? Can't you just learn it once? Monarch Songyong was somewhat dissatisfied. The inheritance represented an ancient method to cultivate insects. Even if he were to make a deal with another power and let another expert learn it once, the other party would have to pay a huge price. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. Haven't you already learned it? Once you obtain this black sphere, your strength will definitely increase greatly in the future. In the end, this inheritance is still an external object, isn't it? Furthermore, I don't have the flowing light insect, so it's useless for me to learn it. After all, I don't have the time to waste on it. What right do you have to exchange it for this black sphere? That's why you should give me the inheritance, as well as your previous conditions. The black sphere is yours, Dongbua Shui-ing said. Only then can this deal be considered fair. Monarch Songyong hesitated. He couldn't bear to part with it. He really couldn't bear to part with it. This inheritance was an extremely important treasure to him, and he hadn't expected that Dongbua Shui-ing would directly ask for it. Even if I keep it, I can only use it to make some deals. After all, I've already learned it, so it won't be of much use to me, Monarch Songyong thought to himself. As for not being able to teach it to a disciple, if I'm powerful enough, why would I care about a disciple? Clearly, Dongbua Shui-ing didn't care about my previous conditions. Forget it. After the deal, I'll lose some external objects, but my strength will increase greatly. As far as I'm concerned, it's still worth it. Monarch Songyong made his decision after some thought. Looking at Dongbua Shui-ing, he said, Fine, I agree. Then let's make an oath, Dongbua Shui-ing said. Let my master bear witness.